What is up, guys? Welcome to Truth and Transparency. Good morning. It is Karen Reed, trial day number deuce. Ooh-wee. Oh, where's my phone? Where's that damn phone? Ring the cowbell. Let's get this party started. Want to make sure all the strippers that are walking back and forth, you guys can't see, okay? You guys, guess what? Somebody dressed up as Bev down in Canton. So we're going to go take a look at it, okay? Let's go do this. Someone dressed up as Bev. Let's go take a look. Let day 22 begin. Today is June 10th. June 10th. I want you guys to see it, though, for yourselves. You said, what? Someone dressed up as Bev? Hell yeah, we got some Bev bangers over there. Let's go take a look at it, though. I want to see my Bev. Get your Bev on. They literally took it to heart. They went and got their Bev on. Amazing. Let's go. Nope. Here we go. But first we gotta do this.
I don't see your name at all, Miss Gianetti.
So first we have to talk
on
about
page 3.
Sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. It starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Gianetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that interaction?
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point? We've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Buenik did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please... All right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Ms. Gianetti.
It's not a... Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
okay,
it's a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14, and let's do it in 2 separate parts. So you've changed. You're not calling Frank Sheridan, right?
No, we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right. So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV, and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied?
Oh, she's crazy.
When did you provide? Did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motions?
Not on Mr. Vanity, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Vanny?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
But it's okay that
Similarly, what's outlined in
unbelievable.
the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Vanny relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
And you have not complied with your Rule 14
we
obligations.
can't, Your Honor.
So-
We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we
You're
need to get
insane.
everybody here for voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their
Okay,
testimony.
that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Well,
correct?
she's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right. So this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday.
What?
And we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
We'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day.
This is insanity.
How long do you expect?
we're gonna
the
have them
voir dire of each
Wednesday.
of these witnesses,
But you-
if in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too,
Jesus Christ.
to be able to question them. How long do you
I
expect
love it.
the voir dire of each of
love
these
it.
witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week, last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alan Jackson's like, may I be heard? She's like, yes, I guess so. Bev, somebody for the team, bang this woman, okay? Give her a little something. She cannot come into the courtroom like this. We cannot have this. I need somebody in Norfolk County to take one for the team, all right? This is insanity. Get this woman laid. Order in the court.
Of course, at least with regard to the ARCA witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those 3. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, the only 2 from ARCA, that's right.
You're only calling 2? Which two? Are you calling the two that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Richler and Wolf. Yes.
Is she muted? What the? I can't hear anything. Did they really mute it?
The reciprocal
They muted this? Why? Why is this muted? Oh my God. What a bunch of... Oh, God. There better be a really good goddamn reason for this, Bev. Well, she told them to mute it. They must have had a talk beforehand, so whatever. It's about the motions. They're going to argue back and forth. So I believe that there probably would have been instruction. It's not playing on the other channels, guys, because I am the channel. Like, I could see the mute button by crime. So it's definitely not muted now. It's muted. Trust me. So they're taking their break. They're bringing the jurors out now. Like I said, I don't got time for Bev's shit. I could tell that it was muted right when I realized that. Look at this. So here.
read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the
Renewed motion. Can we turn off one of those air conditioners, please?
Jesus, Bev.
The Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and the motion to exclude the defendant's newly provided expert.
I'm not even going to entertain her right now. We know what her bullshit is. We know what bullshit she's on. It's all the same fucking shit, Bev. Sheesh. I don't know what they're doing. No idea. It's hilarious that she wants to rush the defense when it's trying to make an oral argument, but yet Lally can literally ask for 5 hours what the snow was doing. So, I mean, she's biased. She screams biased. It's right there. There's no, oh, maybe she's not. No, she's. It's ridiculous. And for her to think, oh, we need to get them in here right now. We need to get them in here by Wednesday. And then, girl, none of that's happening. And none of that needs to happen like that. Lally isn't close to closing out his side of the case. These people don't need to be here in 2 days to be void-eared. Okay? Lank was voideered, and then literally you had him on the stand the next day. So why wouldn't they come and be voideered? You don't got to bring people out here, voideer them, and then say, okay, now you're going to come and take another trip. Has she lost her mind? She's a disgrace. Where's the judicial economy here? For judicial economy, Bev, like that's your ruling. They need to get over here tomorrow, like by Wednesday. And she's like, I find it really highly improbable that you're not gonna but you're gonna put people on the stand that you don't even know what they're gonna testify to and that you haven't talked to them. Well, Bev, you know what? We're gonna go with the FBI here on this one. They're choosing to say, well, first of all, we're not allowed to, based on I believe it has to do with the federal case, but he just said he's like, there's certain things that we can't do in the criminal rules of procedure as far as Rule 14 goes. She's all over the place. She is literally all over the place. There is zero consistency here. But for you to think that you can just like bring people that they need to be here. Well, they're not. Why wouldn't they come here when they're going to be testifying? Then we decide. You know what I mean? Like that's how this would work. It's just Bev being Bev. Anyways, while we're doing this, I want you guys to see this morning. You know what? She's pissed off because people dress up as her this morning.
Here's your coat.
Oh, thanks so much. Appreciate that.
Have your food, Tim.
Just I'm live right now. Thanks. Let me show you what people did this morning. This is why Bev is this is why she's got her panties in a twist. Let's take a look and let me show you guys what people did this morning to good old Bev. Get on over here, Bev. Auntie Bev. Well, this morning people decided to dress up as Bev, and I'm going to show you guys because we're not starting the day without seeing this. And everybody can just piss off Lou. Okay, so they pull up. Okay, here we go. It's right when they arrive. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
Oh! You guys want to see something really freaking awesome?
Look at this.
Really?
Look at this. Look at this.
I can't. I freaking can't.
Look at this. These
This time's gonna make me fucking bankrupt. You look like Auntie Bev. Oh my God! I can't. Oh no!
You guys, it's fucking Halloween down there.
Wow! Just wow! You see that, Remy? Right? That's not me, right?
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I'd be passing out cards saying, don't vote for me
Hello?
next term.
People are crying in chat. They're so funny.
You guys,
They
it was
love
awful.
it.
Look at those tube socks.
Listen, I gotta say that this definitely makes my day. I don't think it can get better.
You know she saw it. This is why she's being this way. People
Can I ask, how was your weekend?
literally
Did
dressed
you
up
go to
as
your
her.
little Cape house?
Literally dressed up as her.
Maybe they can cook the goose in the $100,000 kitchen in Canton.
The goose is good.
200 grand. They're gonna renew her contract
1 year
with a raise.
Unreal.
because she needs another year to get her bump up.
Okay. So then check this out. Look at this. Look at sit down, Mr. Lally. And then right here's my other favorite shirt. Right before that, they got the sit down Mr. Lally shirt. And then they got the look at this. I'm a fuck you up shirt. I'm a fuck you up. Alan Jackson. You guys can't make this up. Pull up, bitch. Oh my God, I want that shirt. You guys see this? This is insane. Woo! Pull up, bitch. You guys, this is in. Sit down, Mr. Lally. You guys, it's complete pandemonium over there, and I love every second of it. Attorney Little, we see you. Oh God, love it. We gotta go back. I'm gonna fuck you up. You guys, look at this shirt. Like somebody needs to get Alan Jackson a copy of this shirt. This is like, I'm gonna buy one just because I want him to sign it. Look at this right here. The dog's looking at it like, whoa, he's intense. Here it comes. There it is. Look at this shirt. I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna fuck you up. And then it says, pull up, bitch. Sit down, Mr. Lally. Oh my gosh. You guys, dead. Literally dead. So if you guys want to know why Bev is having some type of like, oh my God, I cannot believe they're dressed up as me. It is Halloween. Okay. It is literally October 31st over there at the Norfolk County. Those citizens getting rowdy. You guys, dude, text me the address. If you have like no jokes, call me both of those shirts. Mr. Lally, sit down. And then I'm gonna fuck you up. Pull up, bitch. This reminds me of like the Browns Steelers game where people are making the worst like shirts and people buy them and you're just selling them off the side of the street, like going into the game. You guys, this is Browns, like this is Browns Steelers material. This is Browns Ravens material. Oh my God, this is amazing. I mean, who doesn't want this shirt? I want them. I want these shirts. I think Alan Jackson should get one framed. I think that everybody out there should sign a shirt and give it to Alan Jackson. He should frame it. And here comes Busty D. Defense should have turned this over before trial. Now more delays. Yeah, I think the defense, the only person that's delaying things is Lally's speech, the speech impediment that's from asking the same repetitive questions. Best shirt ever. So, anyways, these shirts though, amazing, absolutely amazing. I have no words. I have no words for other than amazing. Let's see. Oh, we might be coming in. We got the fan back, the $1 million fan that's getting more play than Pam Anderson back in her heyday. That fan. But pull up, bitch. Look at that. Look at.
I like that.
And then
Now
look.
go get skirts.
Brian Hill. These are Brian Hill shirts.
Yep.
Brian
Brian
Hill.
Hill.
Hill, we want your shirt.
And then look
I
at
freaking can't.
Tom gets out the car and he gets
It's
greeted
not gonna
by
make me fucking bankrupt.
dismissed with
You
prejudice.
look like Auntie Bev. Oh my God. I can't.
Right there, look at that. Bev showed up to work and people were dressed as her this morning. No wonder why Bev is acting like a complete fool. Bev is showing her assets. Two Bevs there today. Man and wife. I mean, man and woman. I don't know if they're wife and husband, but definitely. Can I get one of those bagels? What do we got? Are there any bagels in there?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Thank you. This is the best I've ever seen in a trial. You guys, I've never seen this in a trial. Like they are dressing up as the damn judge. Okay. And trust me, we're going to be there next week and I'm bringing a leaf blower and I'm going to blow some weed. I'm going to blow some, You got it with the white stuff on there? The breakfast sauce? Mm.
What? I don't get breakfast sauce.
Oh, here, then maybe this is yours. They
I
put,
don't get breakfast sauce. Why they put breakfast
I don't know. It's fine. Not every day can be it's a typical Monday over there, probably for them. I'm going to blow some, bring my leaf blower,
They put that on here too.
blow some weed. I'm going to blow something. I'm going to blow Bev. She's going to really know what a blow job is. But right here, you guys, I said all they need to be doing right now is passing out literally cards as the cars go by and saying, don't vote for me next term. Going on vacation. It's legal in Maine. What's legal? Oh, we're back on. Let's go. Ready, guys? Today's going to be off the chain. Lit as a tit. Let's get it going. Auntie Bev in session. I hear her. I hear her roaring. There you go, Bev. Look at her. She's so pissed. Oh, yeah. The jurors all saw that. She's smiling at them.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in
Oh.
I need it. If you're attending, you shall be heard. I'd say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. School is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, Chairman. We all met here at 8:30 to try and streamline things. And as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be. We'll know by the end of the day. And also on the 21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st. But again, you know that we don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary. So we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Thank you. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Can we get Sergeant Buenik, please?
We can get Sergeant Bukaki up in this mofo. Woo! Let's get it on, baby. Ella Jackson with the 1-2. TKO this prick. Come on, send him back with this chinny chin chin. Let's do this. Jurors, make sure you get out your booklets. Today's day 22. Get your juror booklets out. Auntie Bev trying to bring the pain. Well, there he is. Bang, bang.
I do.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognize any individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognize. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay, I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 4:46. May I publish
Okay.
that?
Yes.
Here it comes, baby.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. Matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question, and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Bates, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay, Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front screen right, mistakenly as you? Remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay, and so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
Trooper Proctor.
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals, person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment, as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, when the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Buenik, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor. Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
That appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday?
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You were then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated that the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? And it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought up by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
Daddy's
I
turn.
began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sally Port that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
Do you believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sally Port that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what has taken place.
Sergeant Buenik, if I were to ask you, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
How is that
Do you
sustained?
agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
What a great fucking analogy. Ellen Jackson just nailed it.
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with court's permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video? And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I could do this.
I'd like to see it sidebar.
What's going on? Don't even know. We don't even know what's going on. You know, all I know is Bev. I'm telling you, people were out there. They were dressed as Bev. Bev was not having it. This is absolutely ridiculous. Alan Jackson just nailed it with that analogy. You guys, that's so true. You guys, that is so true. You know how many? Why do you think on a piece of paper when that says you have to write down your witness report and it asks for any scarring, any tattoos? What do you remember? Like, and you fill it out. This is just wild. Also, remember to keep in your prayers. I don't know what Sean's going through, but I know that he couldn't. He said he had to go off the grid for some family emergencies. So please keep him and his family in your prayers and thoughts. Thank you. Lindsay, welcome to the home team Truth and Transparency family. You know what my bell reminds me of at times when I'm in church and the altar boys want to give it a little dingle. Thank you there, Summer. Appreciate that.
Pin the link that I just posted for the bingo I made for you. Do it.
Oh. Bella wants you guys to know that she just pinned your guys' link that she made. So some of us got to be bingo makers out there. We all have our talents. DZ baby. My brothers used to be altar boys. I'll keep my eye on you, Jade Non. First time I saw Mom smile. Yeah, I don't know what they're laughing about in there, but yep. I think she's done it a couple other times. The dad won't even show up anymore, which I think is great. Very, very good sign for Karen Reed. The dad's like, I'm not going in there. Disgrace. So let's see. Member for 4 months. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let me go ahead and
Did you
pin this. I'm doing that now. I mean, I don't know.
Wow, you demanded it so fast. Like,
Oh,
you don't
yeah.
pin it. It's
There you go. Your card's pinned, guys. Bella's not happy when she just has to be the bingo girl. I told him, look at how popular Vanna White is. Anyways, this is a long sidebar. That sidebar needs some rum over there. Hey, Heather, do me a favor and take that link that was just pinned, copy it, and then this way in the mornings you can go ahead and pin that. Same thing with all the rest of the mods. So, yeah. Papa, don't preach. I'm in trouble. Papa, don't preach. Auntie Bev's made up her mind. I'm having a mistrial. You guys, this is just wild. This is wild. Auntie Bev thinks she's ordering this courtroom. Girl, there hasn't been order in your courtroom since before this has started. Okay? This should have never went.
You are unmuted. Jurors, sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, there we go. Did you guys just hear that?
Thank you for that, Your Honor. Sergeant Buenik, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds, would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
It was never recorded.
Well, you don't know.
How
what
do you know
happened
that?
and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
Ask him how he knows that.
I'll let him answer that.
Do you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
No.
Right.
This guy has
Did
such
you
a hard
notice that
time.
there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video. But that is due to
Wait a second,
the
what?
triggering of the recording.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask that differently.
Sure. You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that
Yes, get him to say that.
certain systems, due to the restriction of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
How much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What a fool.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But
Your
you
mom
do
should have
know that
considered
there
Plan B.
appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing, it just was not recording.
Let's move to
Now he is saying that this is a motion activated camera.
5:37
This is wild.
seconds.
This is wild. Motion activated camera we're looking at, guys. Did you guys know that?
Okay, if we can, with the court's permission, can we play about less than a minute?
Yes.
Pause it. Did you see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
The passenger side.
That quarter panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. How's it? Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle?
Good job, Alan.
Just now?
Good
Due
job.
to the triggering of the motion.
I asked you why. I asked you if.
Good
Did it
job.
appear that someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
That's what the footage represents, yes.
Can we go ahead and play this? Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
You want to maybe approach briefly?
Sure.
He's going to get him to stipulate to the timestamps. This is wild. This is wild. This guy wanted to come in here. It ain't his fight. It ain't his fight. You know what I mean? Unless he was part of doctoring up the video. You know, I have no idea what the yeah, if that says that's what it is. Okay. Why is he over here trying to make excuses as for why it is? That tells me that you were a part of it, because I would be like, I don't know these answers. I have no idea why that's like that. No, I didn't.
So, Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go take a look at it.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand.
Get a real.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34th Fairview?
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending on which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
All right. Are you just marking it, or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right. So we'll mark it for identification, and then I do need to see you. Yes. Thank you.
Maybe approach.
Yes.
This is the moment we've been all waiting for, guys. It's 1 mile down the road. So he's saying like 4 or 5 minutes. 4 or 5 minutes, my ass. But this is what we've been waiting for. And that would be this little hard drive that Alan wants to. First of all, he's showing it for identification purposes. Then after you identify it, then it can go in as an exhibit. Okay? Unless it's stipulated to. And right now, Lally ain't stipulating to shit. You guys, let's go back and talk about this video. this video that this guy wants to now testify and say like, oh, this is motion activated. Motion activated. Why did somebody just appear? And then he shows him that, well, there was all that movement. And that's not what made it move. Like it was already running. Okay. So he just showed him like, you a liar. So 5:13 to 5:48. That's the time frame. And all we get to see in this is 5 minutes and it's 17 minutes. And so it's like, how is this missing? Like, where's in his answer to the why there was this missing time is because of movement. He's saying there was no movement. Okay. So Yuri tried to be on it, but Alan Jackson was prepared for him to lie. Okay. This is something new to me that I figured out 2 years ago, that people lie on the stand. They have no problem lying on the stand. And that's why perjury needs to come back. Okay. I'm sorry, but if you're caught lying, you need to get in trouble. Nobody is in fear of the stand anymore in terms of like lying. And that's just not. She's going to dismiss the jury. Oh, bless it. Insanity here. So they're dismissing the jury. But again, if this guy had nothing to do with this video, he didn't make the video, he's just there doing his job. Why are you defending this video so hard? Okay. Somebody just said it. Bukkake acting like his wife just caught him lying and cheating, basically. Absolutely. Cherry blossoms. Great way to put it. Acting like he just caught his wife, or that his wife just caught him cheating. And this is how he's lying to get out of it. And it's wild to me because you don't have to. But that should just tell you how everybody's covering for everybody. This is what shows you the covering for other people. I have nothing to do with that video. Okay. But somebody that you do know has something to do with that video. And so you're covering for them. You are covering for them. So, again, we're at a sidebar. We're at a sidebar. I see y'all what? Bev wants to see what's on the thumb drive. Well, she needs to show us. I agree, Dana. Anybody that's going to go and do all that crap. You know, people asked me the other day, do I think that he wouldn't know what like Proctor and them were up to? No. Think about it. If you're supervising somebody was taught your ways. Okay. Oh. We welcome all trolls. Leave them in here. They want to spend their money? I'll take your view. Right here. So. So the answer to that is like, no, I don't think that, I think all these mofos be all up in this shit. Looks like AJ spent all weekend working. Maybe he already had it. I think he just was like dumbfounded that they would really try to flip this video to go ahead and here. We're going to show this to the jury like this. It's like, you really think that nobody was going to notice that? Of all people, you don't think, I mean, Karen Reed noticed it. It wasn't like, oh my God. Like Karen by herself noticed that. I mean, this should just tell you what they try to get away with in everything that they do. This isn't the first time that they're trying something like this, guys. Okay. Just like when you guys everybody out there wants to say that Brian Kober, that wasn't his first kill type of shit, right? This ain't their first rodeo. They've been putting people behind bars and framing motherfuckers for a long time. This ain't their first rodeo. And how do I know that? Because it goes deep. It goes deep. They got somebody to mess with the damn cameras. Just like get that IT dude back out here. What was his name? The guy that had that smirk on his face the whole time. They only asked me for this 1 hour and this 1 hour. Hopefully you don't have any daughters that you're raising, because maybe you'll give a shit if something was to happen to them. All these people are going to have to move. I love it. I love it. Every case that these people have handled, it's coming back into the system as it should. All of these prisoners, anybody that was any of these fuckers involved in their cases, start working on your appeals.
All right. I'm going to take a 2-minute recess.
All rise for the court, please.
I finally saw Bob saying Lana is the bomb on investigation. Yeah, you know that's right, girl. What's up, Jen? Hi, baby doll. How you feeling? Hopefully you're feeling rock star-ish, because you're looking at with that blue wrench coming in here. Bev is going to throw up. You guys, these people are sick. These people are sickies. I'm telling you, the key to the dream team of life with if you ever need to be defended or whatever, is you got to have a good investigator. You got to have obviously good litigators. You need to have somebody that can write badass motions, that knows the law, case law, that is, and experience. That's how you start to get to know case law. It's like your experience dealing with stuff, you know. So I'm telling you, she's hot and bothered because people dressed up as her. You guys don't understand. Bev is a catty bitch. All right. Think about anybody, like, you're going to come and show up around my courthouse dressed up as me like it is Halloween. And they did. And I love it. You guys, many people emailed me saying, Lana, can you please wear a blonde wig and just do one of your shows? Okay. And I said, I could totally do that, but we're going. We're going to be there. And that's why I'm interested. I didn't realize that she announced next week's days and schedules to say that there's only going to be 2 days that we're going to be. No way. How is she only rolling with 2 days next week? That doesn't even make any sense. It gives me a lot of time to get myself in trouble over there. You know. And I'll rise up. Oh gosh, my allergies are off the hook. Whew. What's the pollen over there in the Boston area? That fan is famous. You guys, what is she doing? Lana, can you please send in a complaint about Bev? I was going to hold off until I get back. You know, I got to look out for myself here in a way. And so I think it's best that Bev gets my message after I return. I'm telling you, she is she's spiteful. She is taking it out on Karen Reed that people dress up as her outside. The pollen is horrible in Maine. Ugh. The pollen, that's ridiculous. I'm going to have to take some Flonase. I'm having a hard time breathing over here. The ceiling fan is going to fall on Lally's head. It was severe last week, so look out for the pollen. Going back to, listen, we can't even get through damn cross-examination, all right? Like, Alan's over here trying to drop some bombs, and Bev is ruining it, okay? KP says OnlyFans should go ahead and use this opportunity to advertise, and I think that's not a bad idea. OnlyFans should be advertising. Oh, shit. Every time I feel like I can go and explain the shoes, I get cut off. You know, I promise you guys I'll be explaining the shoe. And I promise you it's 2 white soles. That one picture is a bad angle. It's a horrible angle. And but it doesn't matter. It was planted. It was planted where they already had cleared off that part of the curb. And that's why Good had to change the cover page of his report. And Alan's going to come back to that, I promise you. Just like I think Alan's going to start talking about here. The video I think he's going to try to show them is the outside video of the vehicle on the tow truck coming in. It's flipped as well. Okay. So. Oh my God. Did you get a black Jeep? I know you had a gray one. Your black Jeep is green. So we're going to take the top down, doors off, okay? And we're going to be driving around when we come to Boston. We come to Norfolk County, and I'm going to drive around looking like Bev, passing out. You know, don't vote for me. I need to get out early retirement. I think that they're snowblowed. I think the dad doesn't think that Karen did it, and I think the dad's disgusted with everything. He will not show his face again in this courtroom. That should tell everybody everything. Why Mr. O'Keefe is not showing up. I said it doesn't matter about if they think Karen Reed is guilty or Karen Reed is innocent. What I would be extremely, extremely like the investigation. It is shit. And it doesn't matter who would be the guilty parties. What they did for an officer, for a fellow officer, that's all that would matter to me. Okay. We can't get the guilty people because you guys fucked this up so bad. But they did it on purpose why they fucked it up so bad. And somebody that's willing to basically help other cops out over another cop's murder, that it really wasn't probably a murder. It probably went too far. And then then people made choices. And those choices should land you in prison. Law Abiding Citizen was a great movie. Did you guys watch it? Did you guys go out there and watch that movie? If only she didn't get back into his car. Like, yeah, then that would have been really interesting. Or we could look at it this way. Or if she didn't and she walked up there, like maybe he would still be alive because she would have got him to a hospital because they would have let her, you know what I mean? And then it would just been like, you know, you're going to shut the fuck like this. It wasn't what you think. But they made decisions that night that it just. This is one of those situations where you want to talk about Kayla Montgomery getting like fucking full immunity and shit. And all she did was spend a couple months, however long it was, for perjury. She got popped with perjury. And that's why then they gave her full immunity to cough up the rest of it. I think I would give full immunity to anybody that would come forward and tell the truth. Like complete full immunity. Like this is one of those situations. Because I'm telling you, Sarah and Livingston did not have anything to do with this. Okay. But they got all these people like you conspired at that point to cover it up. So they got you on this. They got you on this. And but they were none of these people have ever felt pressure. These people weren't questioned down and come down to the station and talk. These people were talked to in the comfort of their own homes with other people present. Like, it's going to be okay. No one's going to do anything to you. Like we're running this. So Bev's really showing her ass today. Here we go.
Does council need to see me or are we all set?
I think we're all set.
Yeah.
Okay. Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX.
I think
Was it YY? Ah, it was back again,
I did the
okay.
same thing. It's
All right,
exact.
so that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Yours?
Oh
Okay,
God, here we go, guys. Here it is. Here it is. Time it right here. 1 hour, 10 minutes into the game.
A runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds. So thereabouts.
Oh gosh, here we go.
And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Port.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything in it's properly oriented, is that right?
Told you, here it comes.
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
Go ahead. Thank you, Sergeant. If you go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please. Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, I'm sorry, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go and play it.
You guys see that person disappear? Oh wait, who's
And you
that?
see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
That person had that black portfolio in his hand.
Oh my God.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you
Look at where the
might move
bikes-
the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the Sally Port.
Okay, here we go.
Pause that.
Look at, yes, look at where the bikes
You
are.
see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video.
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? You see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to that bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is gonna be so bomb. This is gonna be sick. You guys.
Were you able to, may I inquire?
This is like when you
Were
get
able
caught
to see that
literally
timestamp?
inserting your
Yes, I was.
dick in
So is that
somebody and they
timestamp
catch
should be
you. This is how
inverted?
good this is.
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to
That's
zoom in on,
insanity.
with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
He's getting caught with his pants around his ankles. Look at that puddle of, you see that puddle?
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention
Puddles.
to an area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
You see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
It's a piece of paper.
So that's a sort of dirty white rag.
Yes.
I cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Fish. We can take that down. We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Display that?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me?
This is insane.
The video is paused right here at the beginning, timestamp. Can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
We could play, may I approach the screen briefly?
There's no SUV, right?
If
Do
we
you guys
could,
see?
with the
That's
court's
the
permission,
snow.
began playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day.
That's the snow, the white
We can
snow.
play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this shit, though. Look at. This is what your Canton taxpayer dollars go to. The fuck out of here. Bunch of cheating fat bastards. Pigs. That's what I think of that shit. Disgusting.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video that just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused?
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe.
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car.
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sallyport and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
45
This is the
minutes
last time
missing.
I'll ask you. Unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why is it his last time? If he needs to walk a couple different times, then he walks a couple different times. If he has to stand over there, then he stands over there. The hell are you doing, Bev? This is corruption. This is sick. No one's making this up. It's right in front of your face.
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct.
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark. Correct.
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately. How much time is that?
Approximately
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42.
That's why you do your.
And
That's
this
why you guys
vehicle,
got caught.
which shows
Because
the
that's
right
how
rear
fucking
taillight
stupid you
portion
are.
just
That's why you
appears,
guys got
correct,
caught.
at 5:50.
Stupid people doing corruption.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that sally point, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway, and then to the sally point? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes from when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing. It's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Buenik. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Lally, what are you gonna do? Come on, rehabilitate this man, baby. Let me see you rehabilitate. You just got your fade done, boo. Woo! He needs to do some sitting and spinning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony, the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury.
Objection.
Sustained. You can't lead, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything,
He's been leading this whole time.
what, if anything, was done to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Oh, nobody believes this.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that, I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
No, no one's believing this.
From the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission,
So who inverted
I would
it?
ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay.
What is he going
Might
to
have one
testify
moment,
to?
Yes.
So wait, the inversion video? Which video are we going to pay for the 5 minutes? Are we? It doesn't matter about your stupid 5 minutes. Your chopped up 5 minutes. You could play. If I was a juror, I'd raise my hand and be like, I don't need to see it. I'm good. I'd be like, I'm good. Here, record this.
Pause there, Ms. Gilman. And that area just played before the jury, that is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed, from the driveway video, into the Sally Port area, correct?
That's correct.
Again, he's having them played all the way through.
Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Where's his pictures?
Ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular, the snow on the door when he closes that. Gentlemen, if you could. You can pause just for one moment. Now, Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Still a minute, if you could.
The truth is not this complicated. Thank you. Well said. If I only told you guys what I found this past weekend in the Brian Drake case, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be like this. It's gonna be just this. You're just gonna be like, holy shit, Lana. I just literally obliterated the Brian Drake case this weekend. Like, fucking put it on an island and just completely blew it the fuck up. It made it. This is what inspired me. These cocks. Between watching this shit and doing that this weekend, it's just an epic weekend. Look at all those heads in the Sally Port. Yeah. I'm so excited to come and see all of you guys that are going to be in the area. We're bringing the pain, pun intended. And I rise up. Again, prayers going out to Sean, whatever family stuff he's dealing with. Truth and Transparency home teams right here, right behind you. We are here waiting for when you come back, buddy. You take as much time with your family, most important. So please keep Sean and his family in your prayers. Love his energy. Love that he's been there before and he knows right from wrong and he's calling out the wrong. Because that's how I would be. You're not going to, this is what I did for a living and I'm retired off of it. And you guys are disgracing everything that I stood for, you know? That's how I would be. How Sean is being about his, his profession, his career is exactly how I would be. So. Look at these. And you guys, I'm telling you, when have you ever seen the tape that's like, why isn't it rolled up? I mean, where's that tape even coming from? It looks like it had already been used. It looks like it has already been used. You mofos. Give a shout out to Sean, baby. Mofos. Sean mofos. Look at. No, they didn't dress John's clothing on the mannequin. All right. I looked, we did some investigating on that. Again, I ruled out completely. I got the shoes that were bought, that John has. We got the shoe, and I'm going to show you guys that at the lunch break. Why is the video skipping while the door is coming? Because this is just, you guys, there's 42 minutes missing. 42 minutes.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th, is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning, at some point when a Canton Cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on One Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dyke?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dayton when that vehicle is being loaded onto the truck, and you can see the taillight there.
John.
It's after.
Alan, it's like, let him say all this stuff.
You had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dayton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken taillight and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Sidebar.
All right, so they're sidebarring it right now because he's speaking, it's hearsay. They didn't record anything. Any statement made out of court is hearsay, okay? The only way that you have to bring it into the courtroom, all right, is when you have recordings of things and like if you have, and then you're playing it for identification purpose, this is what it was, this is a timestamp, everything like that. There is no way to memorialize what Karen Reed said or didn't say because those guys did not do it. Like, you're going to be able to get away with doing a little bit of hearsay in grand juries, and you have to have 5 years experience. There's things that you have to meet, criteria you have to meet. So why she wants to, like, do you want me to just give the jury instruction because what, he's testifying to? He's testifying to hearsay. Bottom line, he's testifying to hearsay. Now, does Karen Reed have the right to face her accusers? Absolutely. She's here. She's facing them, right? But Bev has to make some better decisions. Clearly, everything that she's making her decisions. I mean, what has she allowed? Think about it. Where can anybody be like, oh, wow, the defense just got a win there? Nothing. The defense got 0 wins in pretrial motions.
You are unmuted.
Maybe the gag order not being Remember, guys, I put together a timeline that I'm not releasing it until this asshole gets off the stand. About his little day that day.
Now, Sergeant.
They're lying. They're lying about their day. He most certainly was hanging out with Higgins, and I can prove it with the timestamps.
The version of the video.
Or it's so circumstantially, it looks really, really
on
bad.
Wednesday, and the version
That's how
that
I can
you
prove
just
it.
Witnessed the entirety of right now. Again, what if any difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sally Port.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
Why can't you just say no? That's when you know something's up.
Now, if I could turn you back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the chief medical examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why?
This is important. This is really important. How did he know about the glass?
The Massachusetts General Law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation. They conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the chief medical examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical?
I had not.
What time did you get
As far
there?
as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
The Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Fleming.
So firefighter Flamati, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep, that's going to be important. He's the one that did the report. That's why he talked to him.
After going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries.
Good did the report. That's why he's saying that.
As far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
Observe the injuries.
I'm going to allow it.
Oh,
You
fuck,
can move
Bev.
to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Ooh, that's the first time I talk about the back of the head. Oh, he just got really uncomfortable. Listen up, guys. This is really important. First time talk about the back of the head.
Yes.
First time talk about the back of the head. That basically the glass didn't do that. He's getting really uncomfortable right there.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
Told you.
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. Any approach?
Yes.
Just sign me up, guys. I told you nothing about the back of the head. That was new.
Yeah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the, or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, "I hit him," or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
How did you learn his
So
report?
the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m.? Before 10:41 a.m. that my client made the statement that she hit him?
Boom. Nope.
I don't believe so.
There's no report yet. They
I
didn't
want to
write it
shift gears
yet.
real quick to the video. Couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, like the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You were aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions.
There has to be
based on
custody chain. Go after it. Come
that.
on.
You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level. And I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
He's already testified to this.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
Thank you.
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay. What entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Yeah.
Right.
Motherfucker.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get out.
Your
Get
next
out.
witness, Mr. Lally?
And that wifey,
Yes, Your Honor.
she needs to
Call Officer
run.
Nicholas Barrows
She's going to be a
to the stand.
punching bag.
Okay.
You just got handled. Go watch the Celtics, you shitbag. Canton Police. Canton gave it to him when? At the end of April 2024. Y'all heard that, right? At the end of April 2024, Canton Police is handing over shit. Who's not involved, who recused themselves.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Let's see who we got.
All right,
Mofo.
whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Who we got? Vin Diesel on the stand.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dayton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dayton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dayton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you would work on that occasion, or how long had you been on shifts by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dayton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then as your shift continues, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dayton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton, North Dayton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residence.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
Okay.
And the Reed residence was at a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well.
They were planning on
And I said
towing.
once I hung up with him, I would contact the
They
tow
were
company
planning
and then
on
respond
towing
to the
before.
address on Country Hill Drive.
Boom.
Is there a specific tow company
Boom.
that the Dayton Police uses with regard to towing of vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dayton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what if the identification did they provide to you in reference to them?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
There was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched, or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and Sergeant from the State Police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage.
Why does that even matter?
How close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that drive?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that?
Oh, that's where we're going with this.
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
There we go.
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight.
Okay.
To my best ability and recollection, that tail light was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
Correct.
And then beyond the tail light area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent.
Like a dent.
On the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter panel that you saw, was that above the tail light, below the tail light, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side on that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehiel itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct?
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process
Nancy,
of that, you know, about
thank
how long that
you.
took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time
We
that
had
the
a
troopers went into the
baby.
house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the
H-bag,
house,
thank you.
correct?
Correct.
You know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the vent?
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
I want to see AJ show the evidence photo of the tail light to this person and compare the damage. Is this what you saw?
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination. All right, Sergeant Barrows, you are all set, so
Thank you.
thank you. Do you want to call another witness or morning recess?
Morning recess, but, you know, and if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess?
You guys, yeah, there's no questions there. We get our morning recess, and this is a chance for me to talk to you guys about the shoe. God, Liza's over here like, I don't gotta reprimand you today. I don't gotta reprimand you today, son. No questions, because he didn't fuck around. You know, he said the key word there, cracked. He also told us that it was not waist high. There's nothing. He went there. I like that. He was called. The first call was at 3. All right. So there's things that we can get from his for a timeline purpose, but he confirms 3, which is great. I'm gonna be able to pump that into our timeline of when. You know, he was called at 3, said that they would be 10 minutes away. That's 3:10. And he gave us a big boom there. And it was, oh, wait, so you guys were planning on towing before. If there was anything you could have asked him right there was maybe to repeat that. So those officers or troopers were planning on towing that vehicle, right? Before they had ever, you know, got there, correct? So before they would have ever seen the vehicle, correct? Okay. So off of the sole words of who? Off of the sole words of Jennifer, right? Period. Because Brian Albert can't say he saw it. You know what I mean? So it's off of who? The sole words of Jennifer McCabe. Now, if this is just going to be quick, they've taken the break here. Let me print off the one picture that I want to print off for everybody. All right. So since I have the most amazing sleuths and truthers in my chat, I want you guys to think about, this has nothing to do with this case, but it has to do with a different case. So I need your help. I want us to think outside the box. And that box is PayPal. Do any of you guys use PayPal out there? Does anybody use PayPal? If you don't set up your PayPal to go to a bank, like to put in your banking info, okay? You can set up a PayPal without having banking info. How can you ever take out that money if you set up your PayPal to not go to your bank. Okay. So I want to leave that first question out there. So anybody that uses PayPal, that's number one. If you're a user of PayPal, I want you to tell me if you were to set up a PayPal account right now, but you didn't want to put it in your banking information, but you still want to be able to use PayPal. How do you can you use it as just a way to like pass money around, but you can never take it out? You can just use it by buying things. You could end up sending it to maybe somebody else that could take it out for you. I mean, think about it. I just want you guys to think about, but how would you ever get money in there in the first place then if it wasn't linked up to a bank account? How do you add money? So do you go and create a bunch of PayPal accounts and then send you out a PayPal debit card? Then you take that debit card, take all the cash that you have, and use an ATM to like load that card. I want you guys to think about this. How do you, if you don't have a bank account involved, how do you start up a PayPal account that would actually have money in it?
So we'll take about a half an hour break.
So I just want you guys to think about it. Walgreens can take deposits.
Hey there,
Hey there,
Karen Reed, trial
readers.
watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. Google incognito track.
All right. So I want all of our brains working here. Okay. So this is to see how good we are. A half-hour break. Did she really say 30 minutes? Who needs a 30-minute break? She must be smoking some serious crack. All right, Bev. So I'm just strictly talking about PayPal here. So like think about it. If I was to PayPal you right now, it would say on your little, everything that you got back, it would show when you looked at your statement, it would say, general, whatever, and that would say like my name, right? So so in order for me, when I look and I got like somebody that sent me, let's just say $500. It says, oh, on the statement, it says, oh, Carolyn Smith. Okay. How did Carolyn Smith have the $500 in that account of her own to be able to send that to me if she didn't have a bank account set up to her account? Now, this is the second question. Now, let's say that I wanted to set up 20 PayPal accounts and I want to name them whatever names I want. And then I want to take $20,000 and put $1,000 into each of those accounts. I would go to Walgreens or Walmart or wherever, and I would say, okay, here's my 20 different debit cards, and I want to put $100 or $1,000 in each of these accounts. I want you guys to think. How is it possible for me to go ahead and create 20 PayPal accounts? Under Jane Smith, Bob Rogers, Stormy Daniels, Pam Anderson. I have to create what? 20 different emails, right? I'm just asking, is it so yes, it is possible. And then, yes, it is possible to then put money onto these cards or onto these accounts that did not come to a bank account. And you got to be thinking to yourself, well, Lana, what the hell? Why would you do anything like that? Why would you do a damn thing like that? Why would you need to? Well, I'm asking you, is it a way to, is that a way to launder money? Told you guys I'm working on a case right now. Let's talk about your guys' little shoe epidemic. It's not an efficient way, right? Is there a trace behind it? Wouldn't it be a trace of like you'd be able to trace the PayPal ID to the email and then that email account to wherever it was set up? All right, now let me print off these. Don't worry, it's all going to come full circle for everybody. I just want to know your guys' opinion of things before we know, Lana, because you can add from gift cards. So you're saying to go to the store, buy a bunch of gift cards, and load up your gift cards to PayPal that way? Is that what you're saying? Flush your money a bunch. Actually, the transparency, I would think PayPal would at least ask for a social security number of a minimum. I mean, I'm over here just asking how you could facilitate all of this without having a bank account. And is it possible? And why would anybody go through such trouble? You know? Well, I think it's a very interesting way to launder money. All right, so let's go ahead and pull up. I'm going to show you guys the picture that matters. And I already did it on the channel before, but I'm going to do it again because I love y'all so much. These are the pictures for the shoe. Okay. Organized crime uses that stuff. Well, absolutely. We're going to talk about churches. We're going to talk about churches. I love all of your guys' brains. I wouldn't ask you guys if I didn't think that you guys could help the situation. Look, let me ask you this. Would you ever say to yourself, you know what? I feel like donating to that church. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pay them through my PayPal. Okay. Like, I'm going to just pay. I'm just going to, hey, you know what? I'm going to pay the secretary, or, you know, I'm going to pay the vice president or of the church. Just, you know, here, I have PayPal, you have PayPal. So how about I just PayPal you, and then you could take it out and then you could just go give it to the church. You know, I just don't have cash on me, but here, I can just PayPal you. You guys, it's going to be wild what I've been doing. I give cash or checks at my church, right? That's like what normal people do. Put money in like the envelope or your envelope, or like when they come up and down your aisle, you put the money in, you know. But let's take a look at this. Let me make sure I have long crime in my ear so when they pop back on, I hear it. But I want us to take a look at Hector the Projector is going to do us a nice little number here. Okay, we're back on out. And I'm also going to send this to my email so you guys can see it. But the big part about what I want to show you guys is that this was, here it is. Okay. Do you see this part of the This is the money shot. I'm going to back out a little bit though, but here. This is the street, this is what they say the curb is. But I want us to focus on this part of the curb here. This is the section of the curb, guys, that everybody has testified to say that, let's go in. This is everything that they've been testifying to is when they took their little boots and they were trying to show the curb. All right. And that's the picture that you guys see. There we go. This is the picture that Good had. And I can grab it to show you what he used for his report. And then he had to change it. And this is why he had to change it. Because if anybody was actually like looking, and I think Alan Jackson caught it because he mentions it. But if you're looking at, Lally, get over back by the podium so people can hear you. Okay. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. This is the picture that was used. Okay. As part of this is where we cleared it off so that we could show you guys that that's where the curb was. This is the street. Okay. That was on the 29th. One of the first exhibits. Okay. And then here, that's where they wedged this. And I'm telling you, it's like, this is all, it's all white. Promise. See this right here? All white. Now the version that they want you to think that it's black is because it's at a bad angle. But the most important part of this is it's for this. You want to look at the curb. And this is right where they cleared it off. And this is why this had to change. And I want to show you guys something. And this is why, here's another, okay. You see that right there? See how it's it's the same as this. See that right there? That's the same area. And that's what I wanted everyone to focus on. And this is what I was showing you guys. Fuck the shoe. Okay. The shoe's planted and this is how you can prove it. That's that part right there. Now, I'm going to show you why this matters. This is exactly where they were. See where the flagpole is? Okay. See where the flagpole is? It's right up his ass. Now let's get to the goods, which is so when he wants to start it, and they work themselves all the way over here. Okay, now hold on. Now we're going to get to when, this is why Alan Jackson focused on this when he was like, why'd you guys change that picture? Why'd you guys change that picture? That's the rag Alan Jackson pointed out. This is when Karen Reed's car just, reappears there. Here we go. Exhibit 43 and Exhibit 44. See that picture right there? This was the original report. 43. 44, Exhibit 44, they changed the picture that they used for the cover of the report. And this is why. Because they went ahead and they planted, okay? So again, this is the original. This is Good, Officer Goods. This is the original report. See that picture right there? And Alan Jackson hammered it home. Why did you change? Why did you change? Why did you change that picture? Why did you change that picture? Why did you change that picture? Well, this is why. This is why that was changed. it was changed. Look at all of this snow. Okay. This was the next day this is when she was arrested. Woman arrested. So I went and got this picture. Like they're out there. Again, this is Good's testimony. Officer Good. This was his report. That's the picture that they used because it was the day that Canton took the pictures and nobody had been there yet. When I'm talking about the troopers and shit like that, they weren't there yet. And they were hammering this home so many times that this is how many times I have it. Because it was that important because it's going to come back and wrap around to what? To that part right here, which is there's it blown up. That's the photo. Okay. And the reason that they had to move that shit and couldn't use that is because, guys, that's where we're about to plant this. That's that curb. That's why they had to change the picture. Okay. Because there was no shoe there when it was bare bone like that. Right. And it all lines up when you actually back out of this and you look, but this is why they had to change that picture. And his little reasoning for saying and how that happened, it's all a bunch of bullshit. And they're going to come back to that. Again, telling you it's white, but everybody's focusing on the wrong thing. It's the same soul. They planted this focus on this, which is why they changed this picture out in the report. Because this was taken before this. And it's the same spot right here. And how do you know that? It's compelling evidence. Why would you switch the picture? Number one. Number two, I'm asking you to look at this part of the section right here. Okay. And then when you do that and you look at this part of the section, it's the same thing. Let me show you guys another angle that I want to show you. Now, mind you, this is the angle that people want you to look at or that people are going crazy about. And I'm telling you, it's because of the flash. You could see the lighting. You could see that they're shining a light on it and it's affecting it. It's a shadow. Here's another good picture. But the thing that everybody needs to start focusing on is that this is what Alan Jackson's going to come back to. This is the report that the picture was used, and they had to change that report picture because it's where the shoe was found. Because it was all cleared. And then they caked this back on over there. It was all planted evidence. All planted. Here you go. This is the picture that people want to focus on. This is a shadow, you guys. It's from the lighting. I promise. Again, Alan Jackson drove home this report, which was, that's the picture that you used, what I just showed you guys. That was the cover picture. You changed it. Why did you change your cover photo of your report? Like, Canton should not have this. How did you even get this photo? Canton, you guys were out. You guys recused yourselves. How are you changing it? Why is this now becoming? In the second report that Good produced, he changed it from this. This then was the picture that they used. Okay. And that's why. And here's another angle of the shoe. Way better. See, this is white. Okay. Again, that's where the shadow is, but it's white. And the most important part about this is the area on where it was. It is the same spot where they took that first picture, and that's why they had to change that picture out. That's the part that they used up against. So, and this is what tells you everything. And it's at least good enough. It's compelling. And that's why they changed. Like, where'd you get this picture from? Where did Canton? They only took, like, they were there on the first day. That's your picture. Good produces another report. It's the same thing, except what do? You change the cover. You change the cover. You change the cover photo. And here, and that's like, so when Alan Jackson made this into an exhibit, it was so important that he got this out there. Okay. That he got this out there. And what he wanted to show, because he's going to come back around to this. He's showing that the reason that Good changed his picture is because this would then show there was nothing there. There was no shoe there. When I say there was nothing there was no shoe there at that time. Also, there was no little piece of any glass there. Okay. It's white. Everybody can just stop. I promise you it's white. This is just a horrible, it's the shadow. But what everybody needs to focus on is they need to focus on, holy shit, you're right. Good changed the photo out. Good was going with a different photo because those are the photos that they took. Well, how are you getting a photo onto your police report that this is now a Massachusetts State Police investigation? You only were there on January 29th. How in the hell are you getting, where'd you get this photo from? Because you were only there in the beginning. And so this is your report. Nothing changed. Nothing changed in that report except for your stupid picture. And why? Why did it change? Well, because it shows, like, this is your report. It did what? It showed that this was planted. It showed the area that you decided to use, that you decided to do this cake shit, was right here. And it showed that there was nothing there before. And that's why you had to change out, because it gave this part away. This is the picture that y'all used. This is when, that's the area that you use. And you guys saw that in Canton's report, holy shit, you have to take down that picture because that shows that there was nothing there before. It shows there was nothing there. This is that picture. Okay. And then this shows, see this area right here? That's what this is. That little area right there is this right here. And they had to get that off of the Canton first report because it shows where they went ahead and then planted the shoe. And this is why he spent so much time on it. See the date here, 1/29/2022. See that date? Now check out this date. It says it's 1:30 here. Which one's this one? Is this clearer? That's when Jackson put them side by side. Yeah, right here. This report is 1/29, has the right picture. Those pictures weren't taken until after 1/29, right? And put into the Massachusetts State Police stuff after that. And they're like, oh shit, we have to move that. So again, those of you guys that are just coming in, forget about the fact that the shoe was planted, but this proves that the shoe was planted right here. Nothing is there. Nothing is in that picture. And then these idiot lazy fucks use the same area to do the plant job. Again, focus on this part of that where the curb is. This area right here. You can see the grass too. That's that. And then they had to take their little, you can even see, like, see that right there? See that right there? You can see that here. It was all this that they wanted to brush. Like, well, we're using our boots. That's how we're clearing it. They took a bunch of snow and they caked in this shoe right there. It's sick. That's why the report cover picture changed. And that's a really good angle too with the, it's white. So, now what I think that we need to talk about is there was blood allegedly found, right? Or at least a brown stain or whatever. Have they ever specified if that was on the right shoe or the left shoe? They're coming back. So we're going to go take it on back. Thank you guys for seeing my demonstrations and all my exhibits.
That's another thing that helps.
Board is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Holy shit balls! This oh, Michael Proctor, come on down, baby! Here comes oh! Wow! Everyone's order. Here he is. Oh my! He comes bringing. Here we go.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the understood the court and jury in the case now hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Morning, Your Honor. Morning, jurors.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God, let's go.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. Now, how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
For over 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the homicide unit, with the detective unit at the district attorney's office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrate software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Buenik usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Buenik called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. He It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individuals treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted, Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Buenik, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Buenik come to with regard to what to do or where to go or what the next steps should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Buenik arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:20?
Buenik said 9:15.
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Buenik?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Buenik arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
Just ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Buenik go from
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
there? Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Buchanan, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Buchanan on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Buchanan that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Buchanan all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Buchanan go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Buchanan and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Buchanan or another trooper, in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
And I've met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We had spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did your application, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm, there's approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
Yeah. I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Buenik, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that.
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike from fairly.
Alan Jackson on the cross.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange t-shirt, and a two-tone gray, light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've had other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, have you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
All right, here we go. Sidebar, we're going to talk about that one. Again, no one's talking about his socks. No one has mentioned his socks. So from what I've been told, socks were on. So I'm guessing that nobody took them off of him. Maybe that'll come up at some point with the, like, the medical. But so right now, we're at a sidebar. Here, guys, here it is, Proctor. Proctor. This is what it's all been about. This is the lead investigator, Massachusetts State Police. They want to say case agent, whatever the heck they want to use. This is a team effort, a team of crap. We're going to welcome you to the transparency. This is the interview you guys have been, I should say interview. This is the testimony you guys have been waiting to hear. The cross, we've been waiting to hear. Alan Jackson will be doing the cross, as he should. These are all the questions should be directed, and Alan Jackson saved it. Like I think that he could have asked Bukaki a ton more things. Absolutely. Absolutely. He could have asked him a ton more things, but why? Right here, we're going to ask him right here. Don't give them any heads up. Things that you can reserve right here. So again, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the new members. Again, Nancy's buying us some Lally lunch. Mama J making people turn green in the chat. Member for 17 months. Look out. Heather, 17 months. Brooklyn, 9 months. We had a baby. Look out. Woohoo. There, turn everybody green. 2 babies. All right, let's go check it out.
See, John?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles. What, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regards to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians and motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Buenik and I picked up, that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Buenik is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Sergeant Buenik and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Buenik and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just let the sign move on. Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed in the hospital?
The clothing seemed was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital, at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regards to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at CF McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Buenik and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code, and only 3 members of my office have access to that room, the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Ichico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Buenik have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and say items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you
Here's the
recall where
phone.
it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
after, I believe.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Buenik and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And why did you go to that location?
This is going to be
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Miss Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dayton?
We contacted the Dayton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Buenik and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dayton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, with the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you're in Sergeant Buenik's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Buenik position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Buenik went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dayton police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barosso, Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Buenik approached the home at any point prior to the Dayton police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway.
Wait,
the front of
what?
it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Miss Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
So I'm showing you documents, 4 pages in length, just ask you to review that after I'm finished.
Did he say that Dighton got there before they got there?
Yes.
That's not true. Because Dighton testified, you guys just saw the guy that was just on the stand. He said that he got there after they were already there. Just so we're clear.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
The registry motor vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there, is that the same plate that was affixed to Ms. Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call with the seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay. All right, we got an admittance of a piece of evidence there, which is the
Now,
report.
with respect
And Karen's car.
to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Buenik and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear tail light had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home and where is it that you're directed and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation,
So you didn't have a
that,
search
you and Sergeant
warrant?
Buenik had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton. Were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieved Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, the first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Buenik go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport Bay?
Yep, so we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sally Port Garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put like a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Buenik to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah. Sergeant Buenik and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Buenik do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area, the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Buenik?
Best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of, I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort. In each investigation, we're a small office. So when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases. And essentially a case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Buenik and I have shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Buenik and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Buenik and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and a detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022. Were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sally Port Garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sally Port Garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle? So
we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Miss Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document, correct?
Yes.
And that would include at Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
That would include February 1st in the Sallyport garage when the search warrant is executed on the defendant's vehicle.
Correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to
What a pathetic way to
the
do
search
it.
warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if any things you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or
No.
form? Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor.
That's not what Maureen testified to. Give me Maureen's papers.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34.
Okay.
I'll get Maureen's papers at the lunch hour. I gotta.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st of 2022. At approximately 9:12 a.m.
See, the guy just disappeared. The guy to the left just disappeared. This is wild.
You can just pause it right there. Okay. Now, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Right up.
Sure.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sallyport area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run from here for just a few minutes.
He's pulling it back. So this guy's taking the pictures. And right here is Proctor with like the beanie, I believe, with the paper. So you guys, you see that flash? You just saw the flash.
So while this is going, if
And
I
then
could
right
ask
here,
a couple
there's a
questions.
female right over
As
here.
far
There's
as,
a
people within this video,
the
do you
left.
recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we're the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sally Port Garage of Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is recorded or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection. Ask it differently, Mr. Miller.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection. Sustain.
My understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can ask a different.
That should just tell you he's not experienced in testifying.
Oh, I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection.
Good job.
How does he know that? There's sustain.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far there is a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike out.
It's going to run it to about 9:24.
This is why it's prosecutorial misconduct. Lally is feeding into the whole motion activated and asking questions that way. This is prosecutorial misconduct. Look at Maureen getting all down on her hands and knees, girl. Then she just is appearing right back there. This isn't, if it's motion activated, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Why are people on their hands and knees and then just reappearing?
Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit?
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that?
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there. Handing you an item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as your recognizing of the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. And the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as the next exhibit.
Where
Out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
where are his initials?
Sure.
With the court's permission,
Where are his initials? Ooh, what just fell out? What just fell out though?
Thank you, sir. Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
Go ahead and put that back. Thank you. He's using Lally's gel.
We need to mark that, and we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark the box as well.
Thanks so much, Bev. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Blowing out them bangs with that leaf
I'm sorry,
blower.
Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam.
She does it twice. She blows her bangs
Hold
out
on.
twice.
So it's gonna be 544 and 544A.
544 and 544A. Gotcha, Bev. Thanks.
You know what I may inquire, is the A the light and the 44 is the bag?
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
No, he's talking about the
we're putting,
packaging, you dumb bitch.
544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood. Thank you.
That's all he was asking for. God bless. Alan Jackson's probably like, damn, I don't know why any people want to become lawyers out here.
$544, $544A. Thank you.
Why'd he even bother with the gloves?
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV. And you can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thanks. Just doing, you can take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you.
Same guy that wished Karen Reed would unalive herself.
Now,
Wait till that comes up.
Attention to February 3rd of 2022.
Karen just staring this mofo
In the
down.
morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Mechanic, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road, along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services, to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Road, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2020.
This is not how
had you
Bukkake
been
testified
34
to it.
Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went.
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that, how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Mechanic as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people, who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper DeChico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers? So
after the 29th, it was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd, and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was a Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well?
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there's no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we want to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, Video 153.
Okay.
Ms. Cummins, if I could ask a question. Trooper Proctor, with regard to this Ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on the, or what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, they was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play through here.
That means that it was deleted from his phone.
Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer up there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what, if any, vehicles you observed in this video and whose vehicles you believe them.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow to come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, as far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to the red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
No, it wouldn't.
Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from there for a moment. Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence, what, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
If what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you.
Again, that's
Now, sir, you proceeded
opinion.
to 1 Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Scene was with you and took some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We're going to see John's vehicle for the first time.
The Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. You those look up when you're finished. Trooper, just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to?
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
And Protron?
Yes.
I'm up to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
No objection. February 3rd, 2022. That's what I would do. I would wait around all those days to go over there and see John's car. What a bunch of morons. February 3rd. This should just show you the lack of like true communication between two lawyers where this stuff could have all been stipulated to and already properly tagged. You just ask them, what number did we leave off on today? You know, what evidence number did we leave off on today? And then so you would communicate that in email.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I
And
could
say, this is what I have.
just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
No, Miss Little made it known to us.
Mr.
how-
Gilman, if I could have photograph 7752. Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen now the markers?
His
Yes,
car was
Mr.
moved.
O'Keefe's, Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the Ring camera.
With respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your
They look so clean.
viewing of the video, Exhibit 6, the Ring video, video number 153. If you could,
February 3rd.
Direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between this Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
And as
Zoom
far as
in.
your observations on that date, February
What's the,
3rd,
hold on.
There we go. There we go. Go get him, Alan. Go get him. You guys, OMG. First of all, you can't see anything from that far back. Okay. You're going to have to get a hell of a lot closer. Number one. Number two, this car is completely moved from where it was. Okay. Not only is it like, I mean, it was facing the basketball hoop off to the right, you know. This is February 3rd. Somebody has taken that vehicle, which John O'Keefe would always, like, why wouldn't it be in the garage? Did somebody say, hey, can you pull it out for us so we could take pictures of it? Because the garage, you know, we're going to be able to see too many scratches in there. So we're going to need you to pull it out. Did somebody buff it out? Like, are you guys completely, there is no snow, no salt, no nothing on that vehicle. Okay. Who washed that car? Literally, it is February 3rd. Nobody else's other vehicle looks like that in Canton at that point. Also, we're going to run back and say, I want to know what the temperatures were on the first, second, and then here we go third. Because this isn't just about the car being cleared off. I mean, that car looks like it was just buffed out. That car looks like it has a coat of wax on it. Okay, go take a picture of that car. Like, look what the what do you call their asses? The McAlberts. Look at what their vehicles look like. Okay, John's car was out in the snow. John's car had salt on it. Okay, salt. Right? Don't you guys salt the roads? There's salt over there. I know that John kept his stuff very, very tidy. All right. Why would you wait until February 3rd? Why would you wait until February 3rd to go take this picture? Why wouldn't you guys have been to that house how many times? February 3rd. Not the 29th, not the 1st, not the 2nd, but the 3rd. I don't know. Where's the metadata behind that? Okay. I'd be asking to see the metadata. And if you can't produce me the metadata, the timestamp that you took that, I'm not allowing that to be admissible. They can't just say that that was taken on February 3rd. Okay. No fucking way. I'd be asking for the metadata. Every freaking picture that you take now, I mean, how is there no metadata with it? There has to be. And if there's not, it ain't getting in. Sorry. I mean, probably Bev would still allow it, but I would at least be fighting it.
You are unmuted.
And Busty D, I think that's why that was the sidebar. That's why they went up there.
Sure, but when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2020, you had occasion to make observations to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Frank, is that correct?
Yes.
And memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you, is that correct?
Correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Proctor?
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I want to see you introduce the next 8 exhibits.
No objection.
I personally believe that Alan's letting these in to then ask about the metadata. And he's going to say, I didn't take the pictures. And so it's going to have to come up with this fucking Brent, whoever took the pictures. I think that Alan was making sure that, listen, these are my objections here, but I will allow them to come in if we have the, is there metadata behind this? And then Alan's making this is a decision call to say, okay, do we let this in? And then do we show that there's no metadata? So this picture can have been taken whenever, and we're gonna provide the jury with enough to show like this guy's anything that he says, you can't believe it.
It's 5:55. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a few of those to the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have.
I agree, Dan. I don't think that it does the.
Photograph 7779.
I would be looking more at the bumper.
And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now as exhibit 559?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559?
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
That's the driver's side or the passenger side?
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
With respect, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7780, that's my actual. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the two garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what if any damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, there's further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic, clear and red.
Now, with respect to the residents at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's to the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front left of the property.
Now, with regard to these three subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team had came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass.
Asphalt or grass is basically what
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those three successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach you?
Yes.
You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
With the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes. He has such a hard time with protocol. He used to be reminded. That's fucking priceless.
Trooper, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize. With respect to that bag, what if any indication is there as to the contents there?
It says taillight, one large piece of plastic, color red, one small piece of red plastic, and one piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remove those.
Another left-handed mofo. He's left all these left-handed mofos. Oh, trust me, my son's left-handed. Look at him.
Please, place those back in the bag. I'm also seeking introducing this next exhibit.
He's a disgrace. He's a disgrace to left-handed people. That was my point, you guys. Left-handed people use their brains better, supposedly.
Sir, if I could ask you just to
Disgraceful.
retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regard to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
All right.
Exactly. He's a disgrace to the lefties. We're not claiming him. We disown him. Exactly. Disgraceful. He's actually a disgrace to either one. Right-handed, left-handed. It doesn't matter.
Smaller bag in here containing the glass. Cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
All right, so Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Court Reporter, any objection? We can go ahead and open.
Want to object, but I don't know what's in that.
Go ahead and open it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good job. He's like, I don't even know what's in that bag. Of course I'm objecting. What the hell is he doing? He's like, you don't got to go any further. Like, Lally. Who packaged all of this?
Right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
I thought she put it all back together.
Do you want him to open everyone, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yeah, so this is the issue that I'm having. I thought she put everything together. So let me get this straight. She reconstructed it and then she took it all apart.
All right, so go.
I don't need a moment. No objection.
How many pieces are in there?
1, 2, 7.
This is hilarious. 1, 2. You guys, how did she so she reconstructed the tail light and then took it all apart.
Thank you.
And then
will be 564. Thank you.
and then wrapped up each individual piece. Yeah.
Trooper, if you could, the other bag from the 11th, if you could open that up and remove those items.
So so what do we have there? We have 7 pieces on the 8th. What the fuck is this? That's the tooth fairy. Look at it. That's the piece I want to see.
Sir, if you could put those back in the bag.
How many pieces? What is that circle thing?
Introducing the minutes of the next exhibit.
Yeah, he's like, let all this shit in here. So what is that tin?
Lastly, sir, with regard to the back from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
So we got the 18th, we got the 11th.
Several
we got the
pieces
3rd.
of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove
Yes.
the items.
Okay, Bev. Yes. Bev. Bitch has no patience. You're allowing this. This is your courtroom. This is what you're allowing. You guys. Yeah, look at all this stuff. Look at all this. Look at all of this. That is not all from the tail light. I'm telling you, it's extra pieces. Look at this. What is this? What is this? Look at this. Oh, get out of here. They want us to think that all these pieces were not in that car. Give me a break.
Turn those items to the back.
What a
Your Honor,
fool.
call both the seats. Minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 566.
566 is all of them. Each of those should be labeled, but each of the different days should be the different pieces. This is ridiculous. You can't just put it all in there like that. This is 566.
Now, Trooper, with regard to
Get outta
each of
here.
those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, forgive me, 8th, 11th, and 18th. Those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective dates.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what, beyond sort of the video itself, what, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So that each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the system. Something, if someone logged in, I was not provided with any record of who was logging in on what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint? Objection.
Not what anybody told you, what would you receive?
That if a video is deleted.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
We're going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
No.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation, as far as yourself, was Sergeant Buenik with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Buenik on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Buenik and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Buenik made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular test.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or this, you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and he gets swabbed. And that's
Nothing
how
was DNA tested.
DNA
It
or
doesn't
saliva was
matter.
collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Buenik on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
And I'm sorry, but I should have asked just prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs,
No.
or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the current ones, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister, Courtney, her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels is her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin, and I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
Senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything, as far as like mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister have?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Now, as far as Julie and Christopher Alberts, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Buenik.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I'd classify it as acquaintances.
All right. Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
Mr. Lally, it's 12:57. We're gonna take our lunch break here. You know what's interesting is why is any of this important? Why is any of this relevant? Normally you would hear a defense attorney objecting to relevance. Okay. We get our lunch break here.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
We're on our break from 1 to 2. Or she only doing 30 minutes? What's she doing? Who knows? How long is this break for? She doesn't even tell the jurors anything. She just, this broad's wild. I don't even know what's going on. It's all relevant. We're at the break. God, what a great surprise. All right. Now, we're going to add some answers here because I got some questions. They put that whole thing together only then to take it all apart. Okay? But I thought there was like 48 pieces. I thought there was like 27 pieces. I thought there... So let's take a look at Hector the projector. Lana, I heard the defense has a cop that used to work with Brian Albert and Proctor and will testify saying Proctor was swimming at the Albert's house. Maybe. I don't know. I just want to show you guys a little something. Let's just take a look here. We're going to show Hector here because who knows what the hell she's even talking about. Okay. Just make sure that nothing crazy is about to happen. Hold on. Karen wants to know what's going on. Everybody's fighting. All right, we're going to just leave it. So we're going to go like this. I'll also be able to hear it, and then I'll come back. It's very interesting, though. Let's see. If it's worth anything, I'll come back. I have it on. Let's take a look here. I want to talk about these pieces. Defense requests the ability to inspect the taillight pieces and housing recovered by law enforcement. Item 3-1, passenger side taillight. Item 7.5, piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. 7-6, piece of plastic. So it says piece of, you see that, like, item 7.7, they redacted. 7.8, piece of plastic. 7-9, pieces of glass. See that word that's different? And Alan Jackson's going to hammer this because he'd like to use the word plastic and stuff like that. But you see this word, glass. Okay. Really, really big. That's really, really important. That's going to be really, really important. So let's go like this. 7.10, piece of plastic, red. Item 7.11, piece of plastic, 6 red, clear, and black recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Item 7.12, trace. You guys know what that means, right? Trace. 14, glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Item 7.13, pieces, plural, of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. 7.14, pieces of, look at, glass, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Pieces of plastic, 3 clear and 5 red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. And then item 7.16, piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Then, hold on. Then we have to go to this is where a lot of testimony was had. 7.18, 3.1, sample from stain B on top front of gray long sleeve. 17-18-16. Remember when he wanted to say all these, and he was like, we have to understand, like, what did you find? Like, you're testing all of it. You're mixing stuff, right? Stains, ABC, and remainder of black portions of right sneaker. Sample from stain D on right instep of sneaker. Stains AB, so they tested all this stuff, right? And then over here, this is nothing but trace and debris. Trace material from jeans. Debris. You guys know that. I just said it as debris. Trace material from plaid boxers. Debris from plaid boxers. Debris from right and left sneaker. Right and left sneaker. Right and left sneaker. It's the first time you see that, right? And there ain't nada. Nada's matching. Trace material from gray long sleeve shirt. Then they take the sample stain A, and they're doing all this they're comparing everything. Debris from orange t-shirt, 17.7 or 7.17, and gray long sleeve shirt. Item, damaged areas 10 and 11 on front of damaged areas 12 and 13. trace material from exterior of bag containing blood tube. Right hand fingernail clippings. Left hand fingernail clippings. This wasn't even marked into evidence. John O'Keefe's baseball hat, which is not listed in the evidence log, but was photographed as an item of evidence recovered by law enforcement from 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd. You guys understand that, right? And that goes back into my whole thing of talking about they were these idiots. So then breakdown. Again, I'm going to cover up what the emails are. It says, Mr. Lally. Okay. Below is another request for defense access to critical items of evidence in connection with this case. In effort to make sure there is no confusion as to the items of evidence we need to access, I have included a complete itemized list. Please respond in turn to each item of evidence with an answer as to 1, whether there is any remaining testing the Commonwealth needs to complete with respect to each item and what the nature of that testing is. And 2, if there is no additional testing, please let us know who we can reach out to in order to schedule a time for us and or our experts to access the evidence when we are in town the week of July 25th of 2023. So again, she writes all this out in email and then little signs it. Now, response item 3. Your contention that all listed items are the subject of trace and DNA testing at MSP Lab. In your last email, you mentioned that all the items we requested are generally the subject of trace and DNA testing. You guys, DNA testing. Do you guys see this about this DNA? DNA. I guess the source of confusion on our end is that the report you produce in discovery attached explicitly identifies the items Trooper Proctor selected for analysis in the column entitled Samples Selected for Analysis. There are only 4 items that appear to have been selected for analysis. Thus, I'm confused as to what the holdup is in testing the remaining samples. Our expert would like to immediately arrange time. Guys, this is crazy. How did an entire room full of people at the trial not notice they viewed the wrong rear taillight on the rear bumper? We'll get to all that. It gets better. The independent testing and the inspection, okay? The DNA samples from clothing. We are requesting that our expert be able to independently test these items. Ready? As the actual items of O'Keefe's clothing, items 7-1, 7-2, 3, 4, 17, and 18. We are requesting both the ability to inspect the items and that our expert be able to independently test these items by taking their own swabs from these items of evidence, whether this be at the MSP lab or at the police station. As to the taillight pieces identified in mid-July 12th email, we want to inspect these items. Now, it gets better. Okay. Now, in order to, thank you. because I'm just trying to cover up people's emails. Thank you. Right here. In response to your email outlined access to evidence, as previously indicated, the list of items of the subject of ongoing trace and DNA testing, okay, to avoid further delays, your compliance with the lab protocols and timely submissions. So he's basically saying that you didn't get us stuff back in time. Okay, you didn't get us things that, like, I was waiting for you guys to say that if you wanted to do something. Remember all this bullshit that he was talking about back in the pretrial motions? And now, with that said, then why does it say this? Lastly, the MSP lab has taken 2 samples from Mr. O'Keefe's outer clothing, specifically the right arm sleeve of the long sleeve t-shirt. The MSP lab does not test for non-human DNA. This is how they went about this. Okay, so Lally's trying to explain it and be like wordy and just blah blah blah. But then Little comes back and she says, "Wait a second, you're joking, right?" Like, so again, this is from Lally to Little. On the tissue samples taken from injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, my review of the lab materials that were provided to you in the course of discovery would be the same as yours below. There were not any tissue samples taken from Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Wait, excuse me? You can't be serious. Jeez. Oh, then here's Miss Little's response to that. Wait, what's the time? What's the date on this one? From Lally, from Little. Okay. This is what she says to get it all started. Oops. Tissue samples taken from injuries to O'Keefe's right arm. Based on your omission of this request in your last email, in my review of the latest batch of discovery, which includes what at least appears to be a complete list of the items, am I correct that law enforcement failed to preserve any tissue samples from the injuries to John O'Keefe's right arm? And now here we are today, and now we know that A, yes, that's true, but more importantly, why is Proctor submitting any DNA or the other guy when you guys didn't do any DNA testing? The whole purpose of this, yeah, we'll give up our DNA. You guys can test it. They didn't do any DNA testing. Why wouldn't the straw be DNA tested? Get out of here. Yeah, is that not wild? They didn't test any of the, like, who does anything belong to? Like blood, even if it was a sample, like what are we testing here? Oh, whatever. We'll be back though. Proctor's on the stand. Wake up. This starts back here at about, let's see. What did she say, 45 more minutes? Homie? You guys, I thought they found 2 identified DNA on the taillight, which we may get to that, but I'm letting you guys know what the paperwork says. This is straight out of the paperwork of, this is a motion to, defendant's renewed motion to compel discovery and access to evidence. And this was all the way back and filed in August, right here, 23rd, or 2023, August. I think it's like August, I want to say, in Little, just August 14th. And Little was like, screw this, I'm attaching all of these. So it's just straight up out of there. So we're waiting to see what, I mean, it's just a wild. This is wild. Absolutely wild. We have no bingo window, so we'll start again after the lunch hour, and then we'll do one regular single bingo. Hopefully we can give away a winner. So we'll see you guys back here in roughly 30 minutes. I had to come back because I knew I was right. So that you guys that are listening, I'm gonna go back over here to Hector. Take a look. We're gonna go back and look at day. It's Jutras, who was the witness on 5/28/2024 on Tuesday at the 55 at the 6:55 mark. It's when he begins his testimony, and he was contacted. He is the IT guy, and he was contacted by Canton Police, by Police Officer Gallagher. Gallagher got the cameras going. Said, get me the 15 different cameras that are in and around the neighborhood of Canton. Okay. And that they, so February 1st, go get these other cameras. And Proctor then tried a whole year later, hits him up on April 6, 2023, Michael Proctor, asking you to provide the defense with these not preserved videos. He couldn't provide anything because nothing was preserved, just from 12 to 1 a.m. and 5 to 6 a.m. He was hit up by Gallagher. Why is Gallagher hitting anybody up on February 1st? Why is Gallagher doing shit? I want to hear that. So that's on from day 18. Day 18 at the 6:55 mark. So 6 hours and 55 minutes into the video. Day 18. Day number 18. 6:55. And it's you're only as smart as your notes. Okay, now let's go grab Maureen's. We have this. And now let's go grab Maureen's. We have O'Hare saying on the stand on day 19 on June 3rd that Tully was taking the photographs. That's where there was these 5 to 6 people in plain clothing. Tail light found on the street. 3 larger, couple of small. It was 6 to 7 pieces total. And were those the ones that were just opened today by Proctor? Because I thought they were. How many fucking pieces y'all have? She doesn't recover the evidence. Tully did that. So custody start with evidence. No Proctor. No Bukaki on scene. There was 13 pictures, 1.6. Okay. Tully was the one that did the formal request. 6:30 a.m. Tully was the one that called O'Hara. Final mission report 2 out of the 5 people he identified as state police troopers. 3 unknown people. Canton evidence search on 1/29/2022. This guy testified of never seeing the evidence log to the grand jury. Now, Maureen Hartnett. Here we go. Day 19. Let's go. We all know she failed her shit. Okay. She was told that it was a hit and run and that they were looking for biological material towed through a blizzard. Victim scratches on arm. Testing negative. She said that, okay, 3:30. She found one piece of glass. She used their tweezers. Tail light back at the lab. Processing collection evidence. Police officer helped undo the wires. Brown paper bag. Drinking glass. Solo cups they were thawing. Returned back to the lab with the hair and the brown paper taillight. Or hair and the broken taillight. She entered the info with the timestamp, and that is independently number 3-1. So let's go pay. I can check this out. 3-1. Okay. Then initial response, Canton. Now the hair. Examination of hair with this sample will be all used up by the duration of the testing, so it's exhaustive testing. And she used the glass slide under microscope. Hair fiber, human or animal. She said it was a human hair with a root, and it was 7/8 of an inch long. So not 7-8 inches, but 7/8 of an inch. Then she goes to the gray sweater, which is 1-9. Okay. Then gray, orange shirt, 51 5-minute mark. Finger clippings. No visible blood. Tested several, one positive for blood. Glass from bumper. Skin cell collection from glass. Swabs preserved. Nothing was tested for DNA. Cross-examination. She said that Trooper Proctor was in charge. Lana, do you mean day 18, your live or law and crime? My live. My live. Everything's off of my timestamps, off of like you gotta go to physically mine. Human, nothing, no human tissue, no blood. That's the part we need. I want to hear her say that at 5:33 and 32 seconds. So 5:19. What day is it? 6/3. Day 19. There we go.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9888.
Second, we should assume it was actually February 1st, the one time you were there.
Yes, I was there one time.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the Sally Port? And I apologize, I'm not yelling at you. I'm trying to keep my voice elevated, so just so you know.
Understood.
It's not my normal speaking voice. You were dispatched at the behest of one of the Massachusetts State Troopers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The Detective Bureau specifically, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Trooper Proctor more specifically, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Trooper Proctor, you knew at that time to be the lead detective, the person that was in control of the investigation.
May I check my notes who I wrote down as the lead investigator at that
If it
time?
would refresh your, I'm going to suggest that. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to suggest that. Thank you, Your Honor. On February 1st, 2002, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle itself, you also mentioned that you took swabs of what you believe to be blood evidence contained in 6 solo cups, correct?
Yes, I noted those as frozen red-brown stains in red cups.
Were those solo cups in any way labeled among themselves? In other words, solo cup 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't believe they were, but I don't have a photograph of that, so I'm not 100% sure.
You did not thereafter label those solo cups. If they hadn't been done beforehand, you did not undertake that to label those solo cups, correct?
No, I did not label them.
Did you, how did you take those swabs? Was the swab done in one solo cup, or did you take a swab from all 6, or how did you take those swabs that you ultimately did take?
I took those swabs from one solo cup.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups you were going to take a swab from?
Only one solo cup?
I don't recall exactly how I chose which cup. It was reported to me that those cups came from the same area of red-brown staining, so you make an assumption that they're all related. It came from what I was told, it came from one area of red-brown staining. Colonel? Colonel? He offered to help. He said he knew how to basically take it out of the housing, which at that point, I was not sure how I would do that.
Okay. I'd like to show you an exhibit that you'd been shown just a few minutes ago before the lunch break, 187 with the court permission.
Okay.
Does that look like the same housing that you removed from the SUV, or you saw being removed from the SUV?
Yes, that is the taillight housing that I submitted to the lab from the garage.
Ultimately, there was a swab taken, you mentioned on direct examination, of that taillight somewhere on the house, correct?
Yes, I took a swab from that taillight.
Where exactly did you take that swab from?
I took it from the outer exposed areas, which would have been on the outer side of the vehicle. So I did not take it from the internal, what would have been the internal portion of the taillight when it was intact.
Can you point with a laser pointer exactly where you swabbed that taillight housing?
Sure. Is there a way that, can it get zoomed in just a little bit so I can differentiate the silver in the front? I'm having a little trouble.
This is amazing. Watch what he's going to say.
I believe so. I can start. So I took it from the red area here that would have been exposed. And then if we could zoom in a little bit more just on this front area so I can differentiate between the internal structures and the external.
Was it one swab?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you swabbed multiple areas with one swab and then submitted that?
Yes.
So you don't know as you sit here where, if any DNA was detected, where that DNA may have come from?
No, that's correct.
Other than the general housing altogether?
Yes. So then just to finish your previous question, I did. That's okay. It's just I couldn't see it. So this area here, which would have been the external portion of the taillight. So the areas I did not swab were any areas that would have, when the taillight was intact, been protected by the outer plastic housing of the taillight.
Is your testimony, Ms. Hartnett, that what you just pointed to was the exterior portion of the taillight, bottom left?
No, just this piece of plastic here is the exterior, the exterior piece of plastic.
And you a note in your report that you had recovered some debris or done some debris collection. correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated in your note that the debris was from shirt 717 and shirt 718. Is that right?
May I refer to my notes?
And with the court's permission.
Thank you.
Lick it sideways, Lally. Lick it sideways, baby. You, my friend, this is prosecutorial misconduct like a motherfucker.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And shirt 717 is which shirt?
The orange t-shirt.
And shirt 718 is which shirt?
The long sleeve gray shirt.
All right. So you took, is the right word scrapings?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You took scrapings from both shirts. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And then combined those together and submitted that as the quote unquote debris that was assigned a new item number 7-18.18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So as you sit here, you don't know where the debris came from specifically.
You got to be fucking kidding me.
The two shirts. Could be one, could be the other, could have been a combination of both.
Yes, that's correct.
Why would you do that? Are you stupid? Or just
Did you
lazy?
describe in detail anywhere the actual debris that you found? Little fibers, little hairs, little pieces of green or blue or whatever. And
If I was able to pick out a hair or a fiber, I would have attempted to do that from the debris collection. The debris collection was just anything that was left on the item that I was not able to pick off.
Okay, and you did not note any debris item that was plastic or plasticine, anything like that, correct?
No, I did not make any kind of observations on the debris itself.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered.
The reason that's important is the plastic pieces with the shirt matter because that's the car pieces. The plastic is the car pieces. So his shirt, at no point in time when she had these items, does the shirt, okay, either one of them have any of the plastic pieces, which is the car taillight pieces, which you should have some, if that's truly what happened. So he didn't have any. That's the trace. That's the any fibers, nothing. There's no plastic pieces with the shirts.
Correct?
That's correct.
And there was no photograph taken of the debris.
That's correct.
And there was no videotape of the debris.
Correct.
Okay.
So was there any debris?
When you received item 717 and item 718, that came in one evidence bag, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly? Yes.
Like this type of stuff, this is all on her.
Mind taking a look at that? That's a photograph.
Like,
I'd ask you to review and tell me if you recognize it. Not the photograph, but what's depicted in the photograph.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the container that contained it's a photo of the brown paper bag that contains the long sleeve gray shirt as well as the orange t-shirt.
May I approach Your Honor? Yes.
so they were together? The evidence
I
bag
can ask that be marked
of
as
the
yes,
orange
Your
shirt
objections, Lily?
No, yeah.
and the gray shirt were together in evidence bag. Like I said, where those gray stains from?
May I approach? Yes, thank you. This evidence bag notes, let me start over. This evidence bag is in the condition that it was in when you received it, meaning the writing on the back was already there when you received it.
Yes, that's correct.
And
Yes,
it
that's
notes
not
that it was, these items of evidence were collected by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the date of collection was January 29, 2022, is that right?
I'd have to relook at that for the date.
May I approach? Yes.
Yes, I
Can
do.
you display the-
So you got an answer.
My
Right, I think.
apologies.
I'm sorry.
The date on there is January 29th, 2022.
So I don't have to walk back and forth, may I,
Yes.
Oh, does that look like what you're looking at? Exhibit 261?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. See if I can stand out of the way. You see Trooper Proctor's name on the evidence bag as the person that collected it?
Yes, that's correct.
And it also has a description of what's in the bag, and it shows both the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt collected
Is it
together.
like 1,400
and
hours?
bagged together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the date, again, once again, on the upper right, is January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay. You have no way of knowing, as you sit here, the journey that those two items of evidence took before they got to you in your lab, correct?
yes. They're tracked as soon as they're entered into our laboratory system by us.
I didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry.
My apologies. The item would be tracked as soon as it's submitted to our lab by us, by the crime lab.
Thank you. We can take this down. Thank you. You also indicated that you collected glass from the rear bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Yes, I have it as a parent class, but yes.
As a parent glass, fair enough. You labeled that as item 3-3, and it was 5 pieces of glass labeled A through E, right? A, B, C, D, E. Is that
May I look at, may I refer to my notes?
with the court's permission?
All these pauses are on purpose.
3, 3, 3, 3.
I'm just unfamiliar with the lettering A through E. I don't believe I have that in my notes. If you could refer to
Is
the
it-
document that you have.
Is it possible that, and this is just ignorance on my part, is it possible that once you submitted that for further testing, somebody else may have labeled those individuals?
And that was Ashley Valier.
That's possible. I
That's
do not
the
label
rare.
A through E.
Okay, got it. Understood. Thank you for that clarification. As a matter of fact, you labeled it as quantity 1, correct? On an evidence submission form?
In the LIN system, that's correct. Each item is,
This
that
bumper.
quantity value is only used for specific things. So when I submit something as one item, it doesn't matter how many pieces it actually is. It's just, I'm submitting it as one item.
So in other words, one group.
That's correct.
But it's so we're clear, and I want to make sure that these numbers are crystal clear. In that group, under 3-3, there were 5 pieces of apparent glass that you recovered, correct?
Yes.
I don't have the exact number in my notes, and honestly, it's difficult to tell from my picture, so I don't want to say that I saw 5 pieces of glass.
Did you not annotate that somewhere that you recovered 5 pieces?
Again, I have a photograph of it, but it's difficult to see on this printed page. So I didn't specifically write 5 pieces anywhere.
Okay. Well, okay, then let me see if I can do it this way. Instead of pitching, let's cash. The person that you submitted it to would have annotated exactly what the grouping was that you submitted to try to be accurate.
I'm the one that initially, excuse me, after the item was sent to fingerprinting, then I examined the item, but I didn't write down exactly how many pieces of glass were present. I just took a photo.
And as you sit here, you don't recall necessarily how many pieces you took off that bumper.
Correct. And the quality of the photo does not allow me to see that at this point.
Okay, let's take a look at that photo. With the court's permission, this is exhibit 168. Can we show that? Display that? And if we could, Mr. Bates, with the court's permission, can we zoom in on the area? It's a little bigger than that. Actually, all of the plaques. Zooming in at this point, and I would ask you, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this photo? It's zoomed a little bit. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you caused to be taken at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022?
I believe it was February 2nd, right? Did we, or it's February 1st now? We agreed to February 1st. My apologies. Yes, on February 1st, I did request that photo be taken of the apparent pieces of glass.
Okay, and I know you can't see necessarily every piece. Can you use your laser pointer and point to a piece?
Sure.
Okay, got it. So that's the largest of the pieces, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's correct that none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper. They weren't dug in, stuck into that hard plastic, correct?
No, I do not have that. I do not have that notation that they were embedded, just they were on the bumper.
As a matter of fact, they were physically perched on top of that hard plastic horizontal bumper, correct?
To my recollection, they were just sitting on the bumper, yes.
Okay. And do you know, just in your experience, and if we could leave this up for just a moment while I ask the next couple of questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
Do you know where Dayton, Massachusetts is?
I know the general area.
How far would you say that is?
This is amazing.
I don't know, maybe a half an hour. I'm not exactly sure.
Do your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dayton and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port before you started your examination?
Yes.
So and you also had been apprised before you began your examination that the incident in question took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew as you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, the vehicle had to.
Now that's going to be interesting to me. The jeans were in a different bag, so how did the bottom of the jeans have that big stain?
Okay, may I approach one more time?
Let's come together. Why don't we do a little day drinking? So I feel like that's what they're doing when they're collecting evidence and processing it, and they're definitely day drinking. This is the chain of custody right there.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes,
What is that document? The second document that I just read?
this is a printed chain of custody report from our laboratory information management system.
Chain of custody, baby.
Mark,
Chain
the
of custody.
First document's name again, I want to get it right.
It's the evidence submission form for submission 7.
Evidence submission form for submission 7, 2-page document, if I can have that next in order. And then the
Chain of custody, my apologies.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
Yes to both.
So the
What?
objection sustained unless you want to convince me otherwise.
Wait,
I'll let the mark for ID for the time being. That's fine.
wait, why is,
Yes.
Other than the areas of damage that you noted on the right rear, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you were swabbing, the swabs.
okay. Sorry. I just wanted to take a look at some of that stuff, guys. It's really important for me in my brain. Remember, nothing got to the lab until the 14th. Okay. And she said 5. And then she's like, I don't know how many. It's gonna be sick cross. It's gonna be sick cross. Remember, anything that's in evidence right now, they can use to like show. Okay, anything that's been admitted into evidence, Alan Jackson can go and grab. Just so we're clear. All right. All right. Yeah, all I know is that those cups are going to come back and haunt him. The rag's going to come back and haunt him. Her thinking that it was February 2nd. Her writing that she's talking about February 2nd. I want to know why she thought she was there on February 2nd. Was she really there on February 2nd? Did she have to like change it and say that she was there on February 1st due to like the rag? Something's up with that. I'm curious. But Alan, like your poor, like she even messed up when she was just like saying, like she's just so used to saying February 2nd. So something's up with that. But again, court should be starting here in just, she's probably going to start at 2. So you got about 10 minutes. This was like on day 19 when Maureen, and I'm telling you, Maureen didn't lie. The big bombshells for me today was that they talked to the Barosso guy and said they were going to be towing the car before they even saw the car. Proctor testifies that he immediately put Karen Reed's phone in airplane mode. So therefore stuff could not be out of the iCloud, could not be deleted. He also tried to get in some testimony about the Ring camera Proctor did, and that was getting shut down because Alan Jackson's not going to let this guy testify to bullshit. And also, we heard it back before. I'm telling you, there's a Dropbox that's available that had the activity log. There was a Dropbox, and Proctor purposely, well, we're going to hear how that all played out, but that activity log was 100% available. That's like the biggest part about like why you went and got a search warrant, especially if you think that stuff is missing. That activity log is going to tell you if stuff was deleted. But something that's interesting is that when he said that John's phone was in on his camera, or not his camera, but on his end of actually looking at the app, not from like the downloaded version of like extracting it, but like on his app, what they were able to look at, the videos matched. And that would tell me that if the videos matched, that would tell me the deletion was actually on his end, whoever was using his phone. That tells me that that's where the deletions happen. Also, guess who did, it was O'Hare that testified and said that It was Galaga. Galaga. The more and more I'm looking at things, Galaga was the gopher. Gallagher was the bitch of all bitches by everybody. Gallagher was out running around. Okay. Remember the guy that did the leaf blowing, the guy that wasn't interviewed until just right before the trial started. Gallagher was the guy that made the phone call to say, hey, we're going to, we need the 15 videos. Gallagher is as dirty as they come. Gallagher, you a lie. He was over at John O'Keefe's house, remember, the morning of, because he testified and said, oh, I went to the wrong place. I thought the incident was at One Meadows, but really that's where the victim lived. You guys didn't even know who the victim was, or did you? Okay, Gallagher, damn lie. Gallagher was the gopher. Gallagher, the galloping gopher. He's a freaking joke, is what he is. Okay. Gallagher. I went to the wrong place. I thought it was at One Meadows. No. So that means you were at John O'Keefe's house when Karen Reed's vehicle was there at about 6:30 in the morning. Yeah, that's about right. And there's stuff that's missing. Yeah. Like when I say there's stuff that's missing off the ring. And that's gonna all come out when you get the experts on. Okay, these pack of lies aren't gonna. That's not what. Wild. Anna, don't you think that show would have accumulated all in that if there was a hole there? There was also no snow anywhere around it when pulling into the Sally Port. Yeah, because I believe they had already worked on it. Now today when I get to hear about the times of this stuff, it's clear as day now to me that you have that's in completely a different order, starting with the fact that there was a car already in there, which I thought that maybe it was somebody else's vehicle. But here now, I think that you can almost kind of prove in a sense that Karen Reed's vehicle has hardly any snow on it. That there was a vehicle in there. There's a vehicle in there. There was snow all around it. So that means it would have had to be a vehicle that was, in the snow. And there's a vehicle in there. So I'm saying that at 5:07, when they want to pause it every time and say, oh, look, you can see that it's cracked. No. At 5:07 or 5:08, when you're coming out with that ring camera, if you're trying to say that tail light looked like what it did when Proctor just pulls it out, no, it doesn't. No, it does not. Let's also not forget who decided to go on over to the O'Keefe residence and start snow blowing the driveway when there's a death. Like, excuse me? Like, running the snowblower for just one swipe. Y'all saw that, right? And that they did it all around the cars and then just one swipe and then got the snowblower out of there. Wild to me. Wild. Absolutely wild.
You are unmuted.
Oh, I feel you, Dan B. You got fat fingers. Love that you're here. He runs a snowblower like once around and.
Goes back to session. You may be seated.
Bring the witness in, please.
Be mindful to step up and just remember what's going on.
Welcome back. Let's do this.
So jurors, before we begin, Mr. Lally, as you approach the podium there, when I tell you that I strike something from the record, I know I've told you before, that means you're not to consider it, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, with reference to, before we broke, we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2022?
Loose acquaintances?
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the occasions that you had said where you may have been at the same place at the same time at a family function or something like that, over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I had mentioned, they had never been to my house. So it was either at my sister's home or at my parents' house. Over the course of maybe 10 years, I might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
And at those times that you were at the same function a half a dozen times or so, how much interaction would you have with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert, or even Colin Albert at those functions?
Just casual conversation, be cordial, and just typical conversations, hi, how's it going, things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships, or lack thereof, that you had with Christopher and Julie Albert, what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors, as far as superior officers within your unit, in regard to?
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to?
That would be Sergeant Buenik, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, maybe approach the microphone a little closer.
And just with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell either Sergeant Buenik, Lieutenant Fanning, or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically that the Alberts are my sister's friends, that I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the Alberts, as far as who specifically within the Alberts are you talking about that had a friendship with your sister?
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to your interviews of them specifically, or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Oh, here it comes.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
Here we go.
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message
Here
sent.
we go, guys.
From this particular
Wake up.
chain, correct?
Wake up.
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sure. Sort of towards the middle of the first page. Direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details.
Are you moron? Not such a hard ass
Sorry,
anymore.
Yes.
Guys, these are the text messages where he talks about Karen Reed.
Okay.
With a group of people.
Do you see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent, date and time, and a last message sent, date and time, correct?
Yes.
What is the first message sent, date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31/2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527?
The next one is, it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No.
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
Chip. Proctor.
This time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on
Mr.
January
Chippy.
29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there. What is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to mean? Maybe approach.
Sure.
Yeah, Alan Jackson's gonna have a lot of problems with this in terms of like, what are you doing? Like, he's trying to get Lally's trying to get in front of something. Okay, we all know what that is. He's trying to get in front of these text messages that him and this group. Okay, he's trying to get in front of these text messages. Well, you don't get to sit here and go like line by line with these text messages. Like we just said, there's 38,000 text messages. All right, the only thing that's relevant here is the relevance comes into impeach Mr. Proctor. Okay, that's the relevance of this, and so it does not lie with him. All right, if he wants to ask, hey, did you say things about Karen Reed during your investigation? Because right now these aren't relevant. So the objection is this isn't relevant yet, but I can't say if these aren't relevant. They are relevant, but obviously not that crap's not relevant. If you want to do that on recross or redirect, that's where I would think that would be like, that's the redirect of that. You understand what I'm saying? He's basically redirecting his freaking client right now, or his, not client, his witness right now. Okay. All of this stuff. So if you want to go ahead and you want to ask him things like, hey, you know, did you say things in a text in text message exchanges towards the defendant? All right. Yeah. Okay. Do you remember when you did it? How did you even get reminded that you said it? Okay. You know, this is just, like I said, he's trying to get in front of material that is basically going to be used to show his character. All right. So, and you're trying to get in front of this. And I think it's improper. It's improper because none of this stuff is relevant. He hasn't got to anything that's relevant. If he wants to make it relevant that his witness is who's the lead investigator, is a complete fucking piece of shit. And what he's arguing right now, I can just see him. Well, because we have nothing to hide. That's why we're bringing it up. We have nothing to hide. And if we bring it up, then we're just showing that we have nothing to hide. Do you think you would have brought that up if the feds were involved? And I think this is where Alan can say, wait a second, you're introducing Fed material right now. So how does that not open the door for the feds to say there was a federal investigation? Because how were these ever obtained? Did you turn them in? No, you did not turn them in. So how were these obtained? Why were they obtained? I think Lally, by bringing it up himself, how has he not opened the door?
Okay.
And I think that that's exactly what Alan's saying. That's what I would be saying. And I'm not even a fucking attorney. Doesn't mean I can't be one.
So do you have that copy for me?
All right.
You know how many people don't play in the NFL that critique the NFL? What's up? Boom. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. I would be saying that you brought this in. I think this opened the door. I think that Mr. Lally is going to have to now explain where he got these from. How are you going to say, like, who provided this? Who provided this material? Okay. Lally, I think I would love to know. I would love to know an attorney's opinion on that. Where are you going to say you got this from? Proctor just turned it in? Proctor didn't turn shit in. Okay, you gonna lie some more?
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is a long crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Yep. Well, Mass Tort Alliance, one of our...
Sorry, guys. Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. How many people have gone to incognitoclaims.com since watching the trial? Anyways. I don't know. I think because right now there's zero relevance to this chat. Okay. So I could object to it. Objection relevance. And it would be sustained. Now, where it becomes relevant is when you're going to be crossing him and to ask if you've ever said these things. Did you say yada, yada, yada? Did you say this? But you did that, you know. And so it's very, I think Lally just blew his fucking dick off. That's what I think. Because you think about it, it's like, wait a second. None of this is relevant. Your little friend thread has no relevancy on this trial, right? The jurors have to be going, what the F is going on? So I can only imagine if Emily D. Baker's, what her chat's thinking right now. If they're really not cheating and you're really truly just watching it straight from her, if you are saying that you know anything what's coming, then that you're a liar. But as a juror, you're just over here like, what the hell? Why are we asking a lead detective about his chats? Think about it. This is wild. It's like this. It's like Lally tried to pull a, hey, OJ, go try those gloves on over there. Go try those gloves on over there. You know? It's giving me flashbacks. Like Alan just walked him into that, hey, you sure don't want to use those text messages, buddy? And now he's just, oh, you got Marsha Clark. God damn. I think Lally just got Marsha Clark. Not even playing. Oh, shit. I think that he did. I'm having like a wow moment. Like, hey, you sure don't want to have your client just have him try the gloves on. Just have him, just start talking about the text messages. Get in front of it. It's a big deal. Oh, shit. Oh, God. I just think that if you're a juror right now, you're like, what the heck is going on? We got the lead investigator. He's being asked questions about his private Facebook group chat between people that he doesn't even know is in the group chat. Like, hey, do you know who this person? No, these are just numbers. You know, it might not even be a Facebook. I take that back. It's not a Facebook. It's a group chat through text messages. So it's not a Facebook group chat. It's just it's a text messaging group chat. Which I'm the worst at. I don't ever scroll down to read everything that you would have wrote, and so you don't want me in your chats. Trust me. On direct examination, we bring in. He's. I think it should be allowed to be said where that came from. Did you supply Proctor? What are you looking at there? Did you supply Lally with your whole group messages? No. I think it's interesting that the group messages stopped in August. I wrote that down. So the date that this group message with the friends started was in, which is important. I think that that's kind of, hey, yeah. 10/18/2021. But then it ends in August 31st of 2022. Okay, obviously after the arrest of Karen and months, but like for whatever reason, why did this end on 8/31/2022? That's interesting to me. Was somebody like, hey, maybe we shouldn't maybe we need to stop, using this chat? I think, but Lally definitely opened the door. I think Lally opened the door. Nope, they're not still on lunch, guys. I think Lally fell into the trap. I think Lally was like, we'll just get in front of it. And it's like, get in front of what? Okay, that's like the Mark Furman thing. You're going to try to get in front of Mark Furman being a racist, right? And we're just going to flat out ask Mark Furman if he's a racist. And then they go, and they show that Mark Furman not only comes across as a big racist, but that he's still racist. And like, I mean, I'm getting so many OJ flashes right now. It's not even funny. There's nothing to get in front of. Okay. If you're all about the truth, I don't need to get in front of it. You're a fucking idiot. We want to talk about your investigation. Like that. What you're going to soften the blow of character because you talk about it? I'm sorry, but I would never fall for that. No, just because you're talking about it and you think they're going to have some type of spin on it, it's not going to negate the text messages because they are damning. They are so damaging. Okay. And now that I know when he actually said this, he said this between, let's see. So January 29th. I mean, that's prime time. That's prime time investigation. I mean, the only reason she'd be like thinking about this all is because now that's the only reason she wants to go think about this. This has to do with way about opening the door, and we don't get this moment back. So whatever's going to take place here now on cross, the door's been open and we're going fed. Mally's just an idiot. He should. Like, did any, and I don't just blame him. Trust me, you're telling me that he didn't talk this over with anybody. Like, hey, how are you going to like approach the whole Proctor thing? Well, I'm going to show him the text messages. We're going to talk about the text messages. Oh, maybe you shouldn't do that. Like he had to talk to one of those broads that are his little sidekicks. So what are those broads? You guys too scared to tell him that I don't think that's a good idea? I hope one of those broads stood up for themselves and said, yeah, I think that's stupid. And then you gave him like X, Y, and Z. And if you don't think you could say it to his face, then write him a damn email. You shouldn't work anywhere that you feel that you can't say something. You should not work there. I don't know. It definitely has to be something that's addressed and handled now because it's like you can't go back. Like, she has to decide if it. Ooh. Oh, Bev. Oh, man. God, Lally's train is just literally riding along on the rails, just getting blown up. He's literally losing baggage every like, think about Lally has a train that has like, I don't know, 80 carts. So he's got 80 carts lined up behind his little choo-choo. And every day another one just his train's going like, woo. There's another one down like this, but this one is a mega. It's a mega pint of explosion here. This is a mega explosion. Ooh, Conductor Lally. Choo-choo. You know, his 88 witnesses, however many witnesses he has. This is witness number 57. So all aboard the crazy train. Literally all aboard. Now it's all abort. All abort. Abort. We got all aboard, and now we got to abort, man. Come on now. You guys. This is wild. This is something that you wouldn't want to budge on, though. Wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall in Bev's chambers? Oh, here. Is she the only one that went back there, though? Did Bev just need to go think about it? Oh, all of them went? Sidebar, in my chambers. Mr. Lally, what do you think you're doing? Holy shit, Bev. We couldn't have asked for a better day for people to dress up as Bev. Choo choo. Oh my god, I don't even know. Oh my god, I don't even know what to say. This is wild. Where was he even going with this? Why wasn't he just sticking to like what the hell he did during an investigation? We're gonna pull on over here and we're gonna make a pit stop here and we're gonna talk about Proctor's text messages with his friends. What an idiot! You guys, I think any of y'all in chat would do better than Lally in his decision making. You know, Auntie Bev, people are dressing up. Guys, it is Halloween. It is Halloween outside the Canton courthouse right now. Everybody's dressed up as Auntie Bev out there. Some of the best teachers I think I've ever seen in my life have been worn today. We got a guy dressing up as Bev. We got a girl dressing up as Bev. It is literally Halloween. It is October 31st outside the courthouse. And that's why she was all twisted this morning. She drove in and was like, holy shit, these people dressed up as me. They went out and got blonde wigs. Okay. I will say that I think the best wig to get is the one from Wayne's World. You got to get Garth's wig. If you get Garth's wig, then you could do the bangs. So I'll see what I can do, guys, with wearing my Garth hair because that's got the bangs. Trust me, I think outside the box. God, God, she's got her panties twisted. Party on. Party on. What? Party on, Bev. Party on, Lally. That Jackson t-shirt is the best. I'm gonna fuck you up. Pull up, bitch. These t-shirts. Sit down, Mr. Lally. Flat iron, scissors. I mean, I'm telling you, you gotta get those leaf blowers out there. Come by, let me do your hair. Come by, $5. Let me give you a nice blow. Let me give you a leaf blow before you go into the courthouse. Karen, can I please just blow your hair with leaf blower? You know, Karen, can you send my leaf blower and can you let me blow your hair with a leaf blower? Okay. The day after the verdict is said, or the day of the verdict, I want to blow Karen's hair with a leaf blower. It's going to be a leaf out. We go out to the blow up. Oh, are they back? Mr. Lally is already standing. I haven't even started yet. Right? We having a leaf blow up. Yeah. Galaga. Someone get his picture. I want his picture on a t-shirt. Call, you know.
You are Put the witness back, please.
What's going on? Where's Lal?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Lally got reprimanded. Here we go.
Procedure on?
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you.
Going right back at it. Here we go.
And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532. And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting
Jerry's
and what
there.
are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number.
She
what
waffled
does that
him.
say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection is sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
I don't speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No, just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy with the reading.
So I understand. So
He's
Mr.
not-
Lally,
he's leaving
why
it
don't you
out?
go Point for your witness.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
He's
Proctor.
just not saying it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, let me guess. His copy doesn't have it. Well, now that's when you can't see.
Okay. It's a HTML link, whiteout / Proctor iCloud / group chat Feb 2022. So you point out.
Can I see what you have for a second, please?
Yeah, sure.
Is Lally a fucking dumbass? Did Lally give him one that doesn't have it?
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure. So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, excuse me, 2535. You indicated biffed him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page
She
2537.
biffed him? Wait, what? Wait.
Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29th, 2022 at 11:04 PM?
Yes.
And can you read that response to the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses from friends, the same friends, at the bottom of that page, 2537, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051, got to be, I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep, so these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to, so these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Then say them.
Cunt. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Though. No ass.
And sir, what is it that you were
No
referring
ass?
to there, or why would you text that?
No
These
ass?
were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
What was the date of that?
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possible.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Holy shit, she wasn't even arrested when he
Now,
fucking
sir,
wrote
if I could
that.
direct you to page 2543.
Oh my God.
And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nut bag, as chief would say. I also respond with she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again,
She has a leaky what, Puna?
to Miss Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional
She has a leaky
comments I
poo?
should not have made.
Oh my
that I'm
God.
not proud of.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding these?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation.
Yeah, right. You said it before she was arrested, you fuck.
They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Your Honor, may I approach this retreat?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Proctor, contained within, we've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of
No, you didn't.
kind of interest in.
Gallagher did. Gallagher did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
He knew absolutely nothing. And where did he get that information from? Like, Karen didn't tell him. So what? Jen told him that she.
Yes, I do.
Carrie
What do you recognize
Roberts.
that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent date and time, last message sent date and time, what is indicated on this first page?
First message sent date time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similarly to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
A text message from my sister.
What does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had the stomach bug.
Courtney's
Sir,
messages
if I could direct your
and on the
attention
30th
to,
and his friends and on the
page
31st, he
2667.
knew to stop. Somebody told him something happened.
And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "I just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And the knows you, who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." There was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" ? I says, yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide.
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was
That
out
wasn't in the
working.
news yet.
She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who was talking and what the content is.
My sister starts off, the Canton thing is a homicide. I respond, this is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone. She said, of course not. I respond, in the very least, it's suspicious. She responds, this is your livelihood. And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them.
I'd like to direct your attention to page 2672. These are messages from February 1st, 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, what's up? She responded, nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this. And then she writes, Elizabeth, question mark. I respond with, she's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded, yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop.
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you have received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
So how would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676.
You just said give it to your sister, or give it to your wife. What?
And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page.
Oh,
and,
Ellen's
read
gonna
through
crush
and just indicate as far as who is saying, who is speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep. And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
May I approach her?
Yes.
So his sister doesn't want to go home? She, like, I mean, what? They have husband beaters? What the fuck?
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
You guys, this is insanity. This is insane.
Another document, sir, do you recognize that?
You only do 8 to
Yes, I
12
do.
warrants? That's hardly any.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is it?
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
I approach the retriever.
Yes. So Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you. So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Jennifer Coffeneffer, if you truly are like a fight for like victims and blah, 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 the stuff that was said, now you have the dates to all of this stuff. This was ever said before she was ever arrested, before she was indicted, before anything. There are dates of January 29th. The timestamps don't lie. Okay. All of this man's information came from the people that he talked to. All right. And trust me, Alan's going to point out these timestamps. Why aren't these loud and proud on the head to the projector over there? Okay. Are they in as identification purposes? So like what, you're not gonna admit them into evidence? Well, then guess who's gonna admit them into evidence? That's where I think that she's having, this is wild. This is absolutely wild to me. How you could ever sit here and say that it's just like not, these are things that you were saying about this person before they were, I mean, within hours. Like Jennifer Coffeneffer, by the way, I can't wait. Like,
unmuted.
I can't wait to see what the fuck you post. You dumb. You dumb. You dumb.
Now, Trooper Proctor, familiar with conversations that's within the same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Is he on leave? What's his? Did he get dismissed yet? What's up? There's no coming back from this. And if anybody hires this man and keeps him on, you know, then all the I don't pity the fool. It was so great to hear him saying that this has nothing to do with my integrity of the investigation. Wait, your integrity is the investigation. You have to have integrity to make sure that your case has integrity. You just showed right there that you don't have integrity. That your judgment is so fucking skewed. Alan Jackson's going to let him know what the definition of integrity is, and that you have to have integrity within yourself so that your case has integrity. If you don't have integrity, you're leading the case. Therefore, then your case can't have integrity.
Okay.
Look at Lally. I think that he should lose his pension. I think that he should lose his job. You do understand, like, fuck shit. Well, President Trump was just indicted for 43, however many. We can indict him. Fucking ridiculous. Indict this piece of shit. I hope he walks right out of here and he's indicted.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
They're going to have to leave him in case he needs to be recalled. Bring his ass in here in shackles.
If I could turn your attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame in the language that you used, what sort of information have you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
So this is, 16, 18 hours later, and I conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Buenik and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who were the participants listed there?
The interviews.
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, we go off together, hang outside of work, our kids play together. So I'd say, we're friends.
Now, within the
golf together,
again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain?
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, Fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632. And these are text messages starting on April 28th, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate whom is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Wow.
Okay. So the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office, it's kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance and then speak up.
Holy shit.
Way back where the court officer's standing.
Where you at now, mainstream motherfucking media? Where you at? Listen up, mainstream.
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Buenik and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. You know, even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose, always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Rowley.
This is unbelievable.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper O'Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper DeChico's reference to you not going in or Sergeant Buenik not going in, is that what you believe Trooper DeChico was referring to in that message?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper DeChico bust each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you have?
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by saying, texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper DeChico.
May I approach Trooper Tree?
Yes.
Total verbal grab ass right there. We're just having grab it. We're just part of the good old boys club. This is just the good old boys club, guys. You guys are seeing the good old boys club. This is insane. This is insane. Toe tag him. Alan Jackson is going to, holy shit, this man. This guy's going to be crying. He's going to be begging for forgiveness from Karen Reed.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Showing you another document, asking, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Text messages between myself and Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I start out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Trooper DeChico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?"
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
He said he didn't say the defendant. He said Miss Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
Or the medical examiner. God bless it, Lily.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, now that you say it, she's a whack job too. What a shit show, guys. Welcome to Canton. Welcome. Oh, man. Wow. You guys see, it's not just a Canton thing. He's a Massachusetts State Police officer. He is a detective with the homicide unit Mass. Anybody that was, all the cases this man's been in charge of, go get yourself a lawyer. Okay? You need to appeal. Let's really spread that money around. Spend that money, Mass. This is insanity. This is crazy. I can't believe that Sean's missing this. It does upset me. Yeah, these mofos. Dude, to Sean, I'm going to say these mofos right here. This is insanity. This is insanity. This is just we're just having a little grab ass, verbal grab ass. We just do it all the time. This is the good old boys, though. You guys, this is not Canton. This is a Massachusetts State Police problem. He is from the Massachusetts State Police. Yes, grew up in Canton. Grew up in Canton his whole life. Give a What's the favor that you needed, Proctor? Keep this away from Colin. We haven't even got to the nudes yet. It's so true. We haven't even. Oh God. Oh shit. $38,000 text messages they had to sift through. She waffle biffed him, right? She biffed him. I'm miffed. All right? I'm a little miffed over here. This is insanity. Yeah, his friends asked for nudes. There's nudes. Don't worry, it's coming. They asked for Karen Reed's nudes. They were trying to go through her phone to find her nudes. King Mofo right here. God, how embarrassing. Your kids the rest of their life have to see this trial and all of the clips and edits. King king mofo right here. Trooper Proctor.
I take just a second for the pencil.
Talking about a woman's colostomy bag. Like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? God.
Want to pay your post briefly on this packet?
Sick. Anyways, Courtney and Elizabeth Proctor should ask for a divorce while he has anything left to his name, so she can get half of that shit now. Actually, just make him into your, create a little, make him be a stay-at-home daddy. Actually, I wouldn't want him anywhere near my kids. Looks like he's got some anger issues. Looks like he likes to use foul mouth too. This is crazy. He tried to say CUNT on the stand instead of. God, oh my gosh. The feds got all of these text messages. The feds, when they started investigating his ass, internal affairs. And so he's being investigated. Like, this is crazy. Like, this is like literally, this is going down in history. Have you guys ever seen something like this before? Okay. And this is Bev. They try to get this all dismissed, Bev. None of this would be happening. Your police department wouldn't be getting, when people want to say that Bev's corrupt, you guys, if Bev would have just like dismissed this case, we wouldn't hear any of this. So I'm on the fence about Bev being like total corrupt, because like, wouldn't the right thing to do is, if you're totally corrupt, you need to just, like, if I dismiss this, then none of this would come out. I think she's such on the hot seat though, that if she doesn't let it come out, then they could make it like that she was involved. I'm just saying, this is insanity. I've never seen anything like this. But Bev pushed for it. So Bev wanted this trial to happen. So you have to ask yourself, so she had no idea that this was coming? People that say that she's, so corrupt. I think she's just like, I don't even know what I think about Bev. If you think about it though, but Bev having this go forward, you don't understand. Like, that's why I was trying to tell everybody, I don't want this to get dismissed. You guys need to see this. This shit is wild. And this is not the only time it happens all the time. And these people that are in powerful positions need to go. So, but to think that it's costed millions of dollars, like, Karen Reed's going to be one rich bitch, and she ain't a bitch. You know what I'm saying? That's just figure of speech. She's just to be. Wow. Do you know what she's been through? This is all, this is insanity. This is all coming out because of Bev. We need a timeline when he spoke with Jen and Carrie. Oh, I got that. I got it all. That timeline. Remember, he spoke to Jen and Chris and Albert and Matt. He was over there by 11:30 a.m. Okay, so everything is after he talked to them, after he talked to Jen. Him saying that he got all this, we had all this evidence. You didn't have anything. This is just, wow. I can't. But Bev's looking like it's like a horse race. Bev's now she's in spot 3 to be my MVP. Because if Bev does not bring this to the table, we don't get to see any of this.
Unmuted.
So,
Yes.
and I want to give a shout out. What's up, Julie? Julie Melvin in
Do
chat, baby doll. Love you. Mwah.
you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kukowski.
And Trooper Kaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kukowski, and Trooper DeChico,
494.
fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kukowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, you see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Thank you so much, Sam Panther.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. And Your Honor, may I approach just to point it out?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir.
Yeah, I see it this time.
Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645.
On June 9th.
And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said.
This
on
is
page
in-
2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at 8/7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kukowski responds, that's her, smoke. Trooper Kukowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
Thank you, sir. May I approach your
They're
retriever?
all going down. This is insanely amazing.
Sir, with reference to that last bit, as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you.
And she isn't the one that's wacko, is she? She called
I
it
may
day
have just one,
one.
Your Honor.
What happened? Wait, is that all that he's gonna do? Is this like the? He needs to make sure. He needs to make sure that he's got all. Wait, he's got to go over the nudes. He's like, where are those nudes at? He's got to go for the nudes. Nobody
May I
is
approach?
nobody finding this woman guilty.
I'll give you another set
Have
of
you guys-
documents. You recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanek.
Buchanek!
First message sent,
Bukaki was in this.
time.
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
They had a group
That said, the
thread.
documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages.
This is
Ms. Chain,
amazing.
is that correct?
Correct.
Now,
They're going down.
sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682. You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, sir, go with the date and time again, please.
Sure. Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Gallagher's.
Yes.
You see there's like sort of three responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Oh!
With reference to
No
the
nudes so
investigation at
far.
this point, when you're talking about his client's phone, who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regards to Ms. Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant for Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some a text between an attorney and Ms. Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisors aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go?
Trooper Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where it tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for nudes or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Ms. Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
And so, sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th, between Ms. Reed and an attorney. The phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us, as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to have be completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I agree. Mo buddies, 100%. The wives are just as bad, y'all.
Thank you,
Trust
sir.
me.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
Oh my God. So here we are. We're at 3:28, and I think Alan Jackson wants a little bit of time. So I want to know if Alan Jackson's gonna say like, I want 30 minutes. Like, we're not ending now. Proctor's gonna be the one pooping his pants now. Do you guys understand that there was no questions asked about this freaking case about what the heck this guy's in charge of? I mean, does anybody? Let me tell you the last significant question about this damn case. Activity logs, the ring camera before lunch was about the ring camera. Like, I mean, what has this man testified to other than these damn text messages? He hasn't testified to anything remotely about this case. And that was a good, let's see. Yep. And because, yeah, after the 2 warrants that he obtained for the ring, there's really nothing to talk about because guess what? They had arrested her so quickly. I mean, he just testified to his own motive. This is my motive right here on, this is just wild. Yeah. 22 days. And what do we, look at them. Look at them. Like, told you, John O'Keefe's dad is not walking back in that courtroom. This is all about integrity. Your case is you. You are your case. Okay. This testimony right here literally blew it all up. Blew it out of the water. It's over. This testimony right here, absolutely over. He's gonna really go into like these dates and stuff with this on this cross. And I believe Alan Jackson wants to crack at him today. I'll give me my 30 minutes. If we're gonna go till 4, I thought we were going till like 4:30 and stuff like that. So maybe Alan Jackson will get an hour with him. Because Alan Jackson's gonna have him again tomorrow then. But get him right now before he can go over a couple things. And I would go into I would leave the text messages to tomorrow. Leave that as a last impression. Proctor's wife was calling people's jobs who supported Karen Reed to get them fired. I know, she's a pig. Yep. That's a piggish move right there. Fucking trying to fuck with people's livelihoods. Man, just sit down. Girl, go spin. I heard you get passed around in that department. You don't even want to, you want to get verbal? I'll play some verbal grab ass. I'll spin you, bitch. Trust me. I'm exercising my First Amendment rights. I think you a hoe. I think you a hoe. I mean, I just let all this speak for itself, though. This really shows you who's who. Anybody that was put in jail by Proctor or anybody that's in those group threads, come on out of the woodwork, baby. Make mass spend that money. And I think that everybody would have, trust me, if they're gonna do this to someone, they're gonna say this stuff about her. What do you think they've said about people that don't even look like her, people that don't have the same skin color as her? Okay, these people are sick, and you know what sucks is people like Sean out there who actually like busted their ass. The good cops, the good troopers, they have to see this bullshit. And so all I'm asking these good troopers to do is to like, you know, get these type of people the fuck up out of what you do. You know, I wouldn't want people like this if I was a teacher. You know, get out of here. So to me, it's just, how could you defend people like this? Oh, we got to back the blue because we blue. No, you need to get people like this up out of it. Get out. You don't, this isn't who I am. This is like, you know, and I'm telling you what you don't realize you're doing. When people ask you for a favor, you truly don't know what the favor is until down the road. And then you realize oh, fuck. I didn't realize the favor, what you were asking me to do. And now you're caught up. You're getting people caught up. Doing nobody no favors if I wore a uniform. This is also making you not trust the people that you work with, like all of this. And then here's the McCabe's answers, and the Alberts are like, you're a rat. You're a rat. If what? If you tell the truth, you're a rat. Okay. Canton in this area, this reminds me of third and fourth graders that never grew up. Reminds me of 9th and 10th graders. Never grew up from being the little zitty fucking metal mouth motherfuckers, mofos. So this is so immature.
You are unmuted. All right. So just before you start then, so we'll finish at 4. We're trying to figure out scheduling this time. I'm going to meet with the lawyers and witnesses. We're trying to work all that out, but as it looks right now, I thought it was going to interfere with another date this week. As it looks right now, it may not. At the most, it will be half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday, but it does now look good that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be full days, and we'll be able to keep moving. All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Honor. Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico, is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Buenik, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kutzkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again?
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, all the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Buenik are your supervisors.
Yes.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I used regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same document I need. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him back to you.
You'd received a photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Stilali.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DiCicco, and Yuri Buchanan?
Yes.
I've asked that this be marked.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you outside on there.
How are you objecting to that? It's your own fucking evidence. Checkmate, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying, mofo? Love it. Love it. All you people that were saying Karen Reed's so guilty. You need evidence to be guilty, not fabricated evidence. You need integrity behind how you obtained that evidence, how you process that evidence. Where's the chain in that evidence? And all you got is a man that sounds like he's got a little wee-wee. And he's jealous of her bag. That's what you got. He probably wishes he had one. You know? Why would he have such disdain to this woman? He doesn't even know her. You know, he doesn't even know her. Like, he does not know her. How come they haven't said one time about John O'Keefe being, I can't believe that she killed one of us, one of our, like, you know, what about having like his back and having it be like said in a different way? Little chippy, little chip. Lally's trying to run the time. You guys, he didn't even know her. He didn't even know her. He didn't even know her. But guess who? Guess who did? All these people that were so jealous of her, who he went and interviewed. All your information came from everybody that was jealous of her. Carrie Roberts, girl, will get slapped. Jen McCabe. God, those are the worst type of people, the ones that like invite you to come and hang out, that don't like you. The Cantonites coming straight for you. Jen. Matt McCabe. God, these people are going to be the butt of all jokes of Canton. And I personally love it. You know, all the sleepless nights. Karen Reed's getting it right here. Karen Reed's like, this is why Alan Jackson's here. And then Proctor saying, like, he hates Yannetti. Proctor hates Yannetti. Proctor hates Yannetti. Why? Why? Because he knows you're dirty? Because he knows you're dirty? I mean, I would even have enough to know, like, I love it. I love every second of this. They're getting exposed. I love it. You guys, because this happens all the time. And Bev, just let us have it. Bev, they were all asking for this case to be dismissed. Here's Bev. No, this is going on. No, this is going. And you got to think this whole time, who the hell, if Bev's so corrupt, then she'd have been listening to the people that were like, no, we're not going to do this. You know what I mean? Hey, we can't have this stuff come out. Like, dismiss it. You know what I mean? Oh, God, I love it. But if Bev dismisses this case, we don't get any of this. It all gets to be, you know, speculation. And then Karen Reed gets to have this big, oh, you only got off because you had Alan Jackson or because, you had some spiffy attorneys or something. No. Karen Reed's going to get acquitted because Karen Reed is innocent. Okay.
You are unmuted.
5, 6, 7.
Okay. And then I would ask you to give it back to the witness, please.
Thanks.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly? Sure. Thank you. You see that, gentleman?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving the photograph from Mr. Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Reed, again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking who you were referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
you've got an explanation. Who was it you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response
Why?
to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's her right.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate him, correct?
I don't know if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about him now?
Truly for the win.
Right there.
I still don't care for him now.
I still don't care for him
I'll
now.
let it stand.
I still don't care for him now. I still don't care for him now.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
Did you not know?
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the quote retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nude so far.
no nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
They didn't say anything back about that? They were okay with it.
You
They-
were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m.
Jerky
Correct?
jerky?
No, not correct.
Circle jerky.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phone.
You said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I had said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
So this is a citizen.
She just Melissa jaded
She's a
him.
woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask it again.
This is so amazing.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Isn't that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out, but from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
Hell yeah. Alan's taking so many digs at him right now. I love it.
To be clear, when you sent those text messages on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one, but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct
Great
in sending
question.
that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so,
I'll ask it a different way.
okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Buenik dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in this same string, your boss, Yuri Buenik, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Unetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many more.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Buenik liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Didn't he?
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or, yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That Sergeant Buenik liked it.
Like what?
The, going through his retired client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Sit down, Lally.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? You're Buenik?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton District Clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for news of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No,
say anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Great question, Alan. That was so well said. God, that was so good. This is
Trooper
amazing.
Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes,
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Basically, you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
And literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's especially important early in an investigation before all of the facts are known that the investigator is not compromised by bias, prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is
Okay.
as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so folks, we're off tomorrow. Those same three cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you Wednesday morning. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right now, it's anticipated will be full days of testimony shortly. Thank you.
Talk about a huge Karen Reed win today, guys. Give it up, you guys. If you have not donated to this woman's defense, give her $1. Give her, come on. This could have happened to any one of us. You guys don't understand. This is so sick. If everybody that was watching this case gave $1, that $350,000 that we've raised as a community would be $2-3 million if everybody gave $1. Go give $1. Let's drive the movement. Everybody give $1.
All right, so one last time at sidebar for scheduling, okay?
If we just gave $1, everybody that's watching this, if we just all go there and just donate $1, okay? There's a link. I'll make sure that I get it. Mods, if you guys have the link, post it. But if everybody just went there and donated $1, everybody that was watching this trial, we would see that number go from $350,000 to literally $1 to $2 million. And that to me would just that when we talk about something powerful, we don't need to say a word. We all give $1, and those would just speak like, and it's just, I think we can all do it. Like, why don't we all just go give $1, okay, and be the difference and get all of these people that are covering it. I'm sorry, but law and crime, they want to say, like, we can't come across as like we're being biased if we were to share that link, man. Then how about people stop watching it over there? And then maybe they'll change. But I'm just saying, if we all give Karen Reed, everybody that's watching it gives $1, I'm telling you, I just know how many people are watching it. If we all gave $1. And I think that everybody out there probably can afford that. That's why I say that, you know? So if we all give $1, the link, Heather, where can I get the link? Oh, thank you, Boston. If you go over to Turtle Boy, his channel has it. If you go over to I think the Glare even put it up in his last community post. You can't find link. It's in it's pinned at the top of the justice page, her justice page. You guys donated. Yeah, there you go. Pogs and Bods, Meds Talk. There you go. We donated. Perfect. I'm just saying, if everyone donated $1 to that, I just think that it could be, and everyone just puts like in the comments of like the donation, what it's for, is like, that could be a pretty powerful movement. You know, Google Karen Reed donation. I'm telling you, it's there. Nice email from Alan Jackson saying thank you. That's awesome. Because this is got to be. I mean, how for listening to what this woman. I'll. It's on the Give, Send, Go website. I'll get it and I will put it in my community page, and then I'll make sure that we have the link from here on out. But I'm telling you, if we all donated $1, I'm still coming. Yeah, I'm still coming. You guys, I'm coming, and you guys have no idea what I'm coming with. I ain't coming empty-handed. This is disgusting. Oh, I think they have it as well. Yeah, the Young Jerks, they have it as well. Yeah. You guys, we are only talking about freaking text messages. This man did not testify to, I mean, what did he testify to? Yeah, I'll go and grab it. I'll go and grab the link. So I'll put it in. But I'm just telling you, if you could all donate $1, I'm just saying, I would just love to see that ticker go. And all these people that are watching it, if you all just donate $1. You guys, I've never seen anything like this in my life. You guys, we can all say that that's an immature state trooper. It's way more than that. He was texting with all of his superiors. He was texting with Bukkake. He was texting with, they just read off like Fanning, Chris, all the names. And one of those people was the evidence locker guys that Jeff, to quit whatever his name is, Jeff. he was saying, how do you say his last name? He's one of the evidence techs. The evidence. So like, no, it's not just him, because anybody that would be in that thread, you'd be like, what the hell are you doing? Don't write that shit in here. People know. Don't write that shit in my chats. It's like I fucking say in my chats here, don't put that shit in here. You know? Not a single one of them said anything.
All right, thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
All right, guys. I'm jacked. We got a day off tomorrow. But I am going to be doing like a recap. I want to show some stuff. I want to say thank you, those 28 people during the course of this live either became a member, donated, used your guys' membership to, made it proud. So I just want to say thanks again to all these people. Like I said, there was almost 30 people either getting new memberships or making it known that they've been a member for a hot minute. And then Nancy says, Lana, go eat. I'm about to go eat, Nancy. I had to check on my girl, Maureen H. That's the interview that I want. I want Maureen H on this channel because I think that she has no problem blowing the lid off on this motherfucker. And being like, listen, we got all this stuff. We had no idea that they did any of this stuff. You know what I mean? We go there, but I said, no, but you were there to take pictures. You didn't say to yourself, why is there's like, what is this? What are these cups here? But let these people maybe have a platform to talk, but I want to talk to Maureen. I think that they used her for a reason. So that's my take. But again, thank you guys so much. All of you guys. Relax, senior. Love it. Relax. Was that? Yeah, relax, senior. Love it. Again, you guys are the best. Gone girl there at the end. Thank you guys so much. Again, much love. Appreciate it. On your way up, hit the thumbs up, thumbs down. You have an opinion, make yourself known. Until next time, guys. This is crazy. This is crazy. Thank you. Hitting Karen's phone. Yeah, I'll be hitting it up too. Hit you up later, Danby. Okay. Much love. And your girl's coming to town. Adios.